coking plant. My name's Steve Taylor, and I'll be your guide throughout the tour. Just before we begin, here's a short introduction from Ursula Meerfeld, Managing Director of the Foundation for the Preservation of Industrial Monuments and Historical Culture.
Herzlich willkommen auf der Kokerei Hansa.
A very warm welcome to the Hansa coking plant. My team and I are responsible for the preservation of industrial monuments at 14 different sites across North Rhine-Westphalia. Hansa coking plant is one of these monuments, and it's also home to our headquarters and central workshop. When Hansa coking plant was shut down in 1992, after being in operation for 64 years, it was hard to imagine how anyone could possibly preserve such a huge site and all of its complex technical facilities. It only became possible after our foundation was set up by the federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia and the company RAG in 1995. Since then, we've been researching the history of the site and working to preserve it for posterity. At the same time, we've been securing the buildings and facilities against further deterioration and carrying out ongoing maintenance work. We've also been thinking about what new uses we can put the site to. The information we've packed into our media guide is intended to help you immerse yourself in a bygone era of coal, coke, iron, and steel. At Hansa, we've laid out various different visitor trails. Feel free to take
Dum the Dodo, thank you very much.
Site, without the hectic hustle and bustle of the old days. Let the impressive sights of the coking plant wash over you, and experience firsthand how Hansa has become the green oasis of the coalfields. In certain carefully selected locations, nature has been allowed to spread and reclaim space. This combination of technology and nature has secured Hansa coking plant's place as an anchor point along the European route of...
Just have to pause there for a second. It's interesting the way the tour guide on the phone, this lady here, is telling us about the coal factory, or it's known as the coking plant or something. I don't know what that means. There's no Coca-Cola being made or anything like that. But it's an industrial tour. We're back in the Ruhr. We left Berlin. And we left it for Dust because there wasn't enough industry going on as far as I can see. There was a lot of tours, there was a lot of bussing and planes and trains. There was a lot of beer and drinking and partying. But that's not what I came for. I came for stuff like this. Pure raw industry. We have a little workman's cabin. You can imagine back in the day, the boss would have been inside here, just standing there looking out onto the main factory floor and just being like, yeah, we've got a Schlacker down in Bay 5 over there. And then be on the radio, start working down in Bay 5, we can see you. Even though CCTV hasn't been invented yet, we've lookers, we've spies, we've touts. Just to let all the workers know, we've touts on the floor, guys. We've touts on the floor. Over. Go outside here. We can. The door is fully operational. But interesting that she was saying, that lady on the tour guide, that
thanks for the tip.
When you walk around these places, thank you very much, Captain Sack. When you walk around these places, nature has reclaimed a lot of the space. Look at the size of these machines here. These babies are the D-Mags from very impressive construction. Made in the early 1920s, I think. And guys, you can just imagine the amount of work, time and effort and planning that went into creating a scenario like this. The amount of men employed to operate these machines. And if you were rubbish, you didn't get fired back in the day. It's great to know that humanity has moved on from back in the day, because the term "you're fired" actually originates from the industry, the industrialization of the world in the late 1800s to the early 1900s, when to be fired literally meant you were thrown into a fire pit inside that machine, the D-Mag. And other factories didn't have a D-Mag, but they'd have just a bonfire or something out the back. Crazy stuff. Sometimes you'd even have to be lowered into a pit down there And it was just the done thing back in the day, and actually made people work harder as well. But it was inhumane, and it did contravene laws in human rights and all that kind of stuff. Because, well, it didn't, because they hadn't yet been invented. Human rights had not been invented in that year. Thank you very much there, Johnny Fulham and Drunshanbo and Priggers. Thank you very much. Bit of a human resources nightmare, actually, saying that human resources had not been invented back in the industrialization times, because there was no need to fucking go on about it. Like, it's just do the job or go home. That's the way it was, and a lot of work got done. A lot of work got done. Look, it was bad for humanity's mental health, but a lot of work got done. A lot of fucking work got done. A lot of people got very, very rich at the top of the keg. And we can't go any further here. In fact, there's quite a bit. Look at the plant, though. Look at the cranes, the big crane hook at the back. We've got these big old wheels. It's lovely old glass windows. Windows made of glass. Beautiful stuff. We might take a look outside now as well. To be honest, I was glad there was a bit of an indoor scenario, because it's baking heat in the Ruhr Valley. The Ruhr is a collection of German cities. It's a valley of industrialization in Germany, in the west. I'm not sure if we're in the Rhineland, but we're close to it. We're not even that far from Cologne, where we started the transportation odyssey. And now, when we move into the Ruhr, you can see the emphasis on transport is still there. There's some great transport. We'll get to see that in a bit. But remarkably, industry takes centre stage. And this is one of the DMAGs now. Quality bit of industry. Tommy Kine, thank you very much. Looks like an old-time crypto mining centre, somebody says. It just goes to show how far industry has changed. Like back in the days, crypto wouldn't have even been a word back to the fellas who were making this stuff, Thank you very much. Did you ever dare to dream it, Priggers? Crypto wouldn't have even been a word in the lexicon, and if you would have said it, people would have thought you were speaking black magic, sort of voodoo, crazy foreign language. That's what they would have thought. But look at the size of this. Look at that. That must have been like it looks like a piston arm. Do you know when you have pistons and there's the things that attach the fucking piston to the yoke? I don't know what you call it, but I mean, what kind of power would have to be generated in order to make that thing fucking move anyway? Maybe it's a huge bottle opener or something. They're into the beer. We know the Germans are into the beer. And I'm pretty suspicious about this, whether it was a coal plant or whether it was just a monumental effort to open novelty-sized giant German bottles of beer in and around the Oktoberfest period. It's just a hunch. It's just a guess. But it could be something. It could be something that I'm onto. A sesh centre. Size of that wheel. Absolutely beautiful wheel. Incredibilistic in its conception, in its execution. Nothing short of magnificent. Look at that. We can get a glimpse down into the pit of yore. Put this one back on again, see what she's got to say. Now we're zooming out here. So we're in the compressor hall at the moment. Number 12. Gas released during the coking process was compressed by 5 compressors, then pumped into the national gas network. So the gas released during the coking process. So how would they get gas? They'd get gas from coal, was it? And then they'd be pumped into the national network. Let's have a look here now. At the south end.
which was used to make coke at Hansa, is still right here under your feet. It was formed some 300 million years ago in what's called the Carboniferous period. At that time, the climate here was hot and humid, a bit like in the tropical house at the zoo, and there were forest swamps everywhere. Dead trees fell into the mud, where there was practically no oxygen. It was there that the process of carbonization began.
Flemberg, thank you very much.
The dead plant matter first turned into peat, then into lignite, or brown coal, before finally becoming bituminous, or black coal.
Bituminous.
Carbonization
Bitumen.
is a long chemical process which is influenced by many factors. Depending on the conditions, coal is formed from different compounds, some of which are more suitable for coking than others. For example, lignite or brown coal, which is a comparatively young type at only 60 million years old, isn't particularly good for coking. But then again, not all types of bituminous coal are suitable either. So-called non-baking coal contains a lot of carbon, and gas coal contains a lot of volatile elements. The best coal for coking is fat coal.
Fat coal.
At the next stop on our tour, you'll find out where the coal was delivered and blended. Carry on along the road, past the depot building, until you see a brick tower, the so-called corner tower, on the right-hand side.
Okay, right, so we go past down here, and we turn left out the building, out into a kind of a courtyard area. Big shout out to Flemberg and 9 Mil Jill. Thank you very much, and Kenny Annan, thank you very much.
Thanks for the tip.
Wow. We've got something amazing here. An absolutely incredible industrialization of the world. Pipes, screws,
Thanks for the tip.
looseners, steps, valve handles, valves, pistons, flywheels, mufflers, engines, superchargers, pipe whistles. And look at that. Ergonomic. And very, very hard to operate if you've fallen off a piece of wood with wheels attached to it. But if you manage to get 2 days to not stream, you'll notice after 48 hours of not really operating your arm, you begin to feel like things are regenerating. The tendons, even the visual on the snuff box, which I can't really point out to you, but it's that bit that you make. I can do it with my other. That's my snuff box there. It's that little bit. It's beginning to come back on the other. You can't really see it, but I can notice a bit of definition on a tendon there. It's coming back. You know, it's regenerating. So we all need time as well to regenerate. And hopefully I don't undo the good work that has happened with that tendon process today by lifting or fucking using it. But sometimes, you know, if you're streaming, you don't even fucking notice until later that night when you're feeling the pinch. But it doesn't matter. What matters is pure, unadulterated, forgotten industry. It's the way things used to be before we became obsessed with green carbon dating and non-carbon emissions and stuff like that. A litany of pipe work, an absolute cavalcade, a maze of channels and routes from which the emissions from the coal could be channeled, as the man said in the fucking tour guide, sorry about the swears, to the National Gas and Coal Network of Germany. This is what these lads were at in the Ruhr Valley back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Railway had just started to take off in the world. Railway tracks. Look at these. We've even big tracks here. Old remnants of the old tracks. No sleepers anymore. Only tour guides and things like that would be coming through here. It's not abandoned, but it's definitely archaic and not used anymore. Peter Dog Side Quest, thank you very much. And Bruno, thank you very much. And they'd open up the doors and thousands of workers would come in and start doing live streams. But there was no internet or 4G back in the day. So the live stream had to be something that they'd just do. They'd all walk around just like I'm doing now. But they'd do work as well. And they'd be talking into a camera, even though it wasn't a camera. They had no cameras back in the day. So they just used a lump of coal that they got, because they'd have that subsidised, because they worked here. So they'd get a pay packet as well, but they'd also get a lump of coal at the end of the week. It would be uncommon now to see some people. The Germans were so forward-thinking into the future that one lad actually started to do his own live streams on lumps of coal. And he'd just, check in and go, "What's up, guys? How are you getting on? My name is Tommy Schultz, and I'm here today just to look at some of the industry that I'm working at." Blah, blah, blah. But no one would see it. No one would see it. Everybody in the village would think, that guy he's mad. He's crazy. But was he, though? Was he crazy, or was he actually just so far in the future that people couldn't understand him? Well, the answer was they thought he was crazy, and he was thrown away in jail for good measure. And that man still lives on in our hearts today. None other than Gerhard Schultz, the first ever live stream man before the internet was born. What an absolutely beautiful tower, and at the top there, Kokkari Hansa, which is the name of the plant that we're at as well. Underneath, you guessed it, a fine little caboose. An old-style steam packet expressway engine deluxe. With a bit of luck, we'll be able to get inside it, but I'd be a bit fucking dubious about doing anything that might... Imagine that snapped off then. Be left with a hefty lump of metal on my hands, because I wouldn't be able to just leave it like that. I'm not going to start fixing it either. And there, it's on the rails that we were talking about just a moment ago. Incredible stuff. A beautiful engine. And look at that behemoth at the back there. Really does make you think, doesn't it? How far things have come and how things have changed so much. An old fucking caboose coal shifter. An absolute heavy lifter. A real Gerhard Schroeder of a machine. You'd wonder what hands built it, what hands operated it, whether or not those hands are still grabbing and touching and feeling to this day. Does have the air of a kind of post-apocalyptic industrial fallout sort of area. Not unlike some of the shite we've been seeing on the news in the Ukraine. The Azov steel plant and that kind of area, or Call of Duty, Modern Warfare sort of vibes. Where you're in an old kind of Soviet bloc job. This would not have ever have been in Soviet hands, because it's in the west of Germany. But you can imagine what those lads would have done if they'd have got their hands on this stuff. Thank you very much there, Jeremy Beadles Gam. Thank you very much. Oh, wow. Look at this. Fish. None other than koi carp in the middle of a bloody industrial post-apocalyptic wasteland. Even koi carp from Japan have managed to find their way into the fucking facility. And if I didn't have the camera and the phone on me now, I'd be in there for a swim. Majestic. Absolutely magisterial. The way those fish move, and the colour of them as well. Look at these lads. Beautiful stuff. Nothing like a bit of pure industry, just to take the heat off and the movement of the transportational vibe. It's nice just to get into a lovely bit of industry. Now I can see there's a fellow over there. We don't want to be too loud, we don't want to spook him, but he's loving the industry. He's got a big lens on that camera and he's really going for it. We might go for it here as well ourselves. Look at that. Lovely bit of shade here. Do you know what? It's when this was fully operational. Look at the size of that caboose. When this was fully operational, can you imagine the noise and the fucking shouting, the shifting? Not kissing, just like, shifting tons of coal into a thing. This wasn't one of those Doolally steelworks that you hear about. But you can imagine the amount of shaping and throwing and everything that went on here. And now there's nothing but serenity, pure peace and serenity. Kind of sad. It's like the graveyard of industry, is it? Look at that. Beautiful stuff. Some of these absolutely unbelievable containers here. I've never seen a container that big. And a beautiful industrial size container with massive heavy duty sacks full of stuff. We daren't touch it for fear that we might upset the equilibrium of the industrial coal complex. Look at this. An absolute unbelievable mechanical wonder, the likes of which we've never been seen. We've never been seen. It's nothing short of an absolutely beautiful coke machine, which grinds the coke into a pulpit and then readies it for the next phase of coking, or whatever it is that they do with it. You can see another coal spire out in the distance there. Absolutely beautiful. And we've got a hammer and a pick there. Sovietistic at first glance, but we realise it's just a worker's symbol and nothing left in that anymore. Used to be coal in that. Now it's just twigs and leaves. Beautiful industry here. We might put that tour guide on again. Get out the sun for a moment. Where is the map now? I gotta find the map. So we are at 13 and 2. Number 2. Info and guide.
The coking plant was divided into 2 production areas, each with their own responsibilities. One was known as the black side, and the other as the white side. The nickname for the people on the black side was the coke poles, and the nickname for the people on the white side was the tar monkeys.
You heard it here first, a derogatory name for the people who did work here. The tar monkeys.
The black side preferred to keep themselves to themselves, and the same was true of the white side. Of course, from time to time, one of them went over to the other side when they needed something or other. And they weren't treated badly, but there really were these 2 sides you got to know.
Direct the black side and the white side. Direct quote, is it?
The coking plant was divided into 2 production areas, each with their own responsibilities. One was known as the black side, and the other as the white side.
Yep, okay, yep, we heard this. We heard that. Now, we're saying to look at that. That's an amazing bit of business altogether as well. Thank you very much there, Headbutt Crack. Hope you're getting on well. Thanks for all the Germanic saga content. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the tip. Look at this now, and it's just, isn't it amazing? Like, something could happen or go wrong, and engineers would have to be fucking sent down to twist levers and valve handles and letting off steam in one where, like, one pipe might be airlocked, another one might be gas bound, another one could be ribbed, another one could be damaged. Something could, a mouse could have got stuck in the airlock, a fucking pigeon could have flown into one of the gasket chambers, a chain could have come loose. It's an endless amount of bits and pieces that could go wrong. And then you've got stuff like this, like an electric station. I don't understand any of it, but fuck, it's amazing stuff altogether. And look at this. Is that tar on the buttons? Yes. Coal tar, actual coal from the days of yore on the buttons. And if we go a bit closer, we can scratch a bit of that off with our nail. And then we've got our own bit of coal there from the plant. Yeah, I actually think it's just hardened rubber from that button. I don't think it's coal, but isn't it amazing? Look at this now. There's one final button at the end here. Big boy. Wow. Absolutely wonderful stuff. I'm going to move at pace around here now. Apparently they're doing works on in some parts of the plant today, so some areas are off, and you can see their scaffolding. They're probably restoring it and making it look unbelievable, but it's not to say that it's the end of the industry for the day, because there's another plant only 5 kilometres away, I believe, and that's open for business as well. Just nice to get out somewhere different, like, as well as utilising the transportation system in the Ruhr Valley, which is second to none. The trams are a little bit older, and they go underground, and you have to press stop, and you have to hail them down as well, because they won't stop you unless you hail them. Look at this guy. He's a big green drum on the back of a little trucklet or a flatbed or something. I wonder what the hell's in that. And here's that caboose again from the other side. Big lumps of coal left in a pit there. Those pits would be set alight on a night, and anybody who didn't put in a good shift would be fired, which is again where we got the term "you're fired" from. It used to literally be you're on fire now. Wow. Does anybody know there? Sorry if anyone's watching there. Does anybody know what that means? End des Eisenbahnbetriebs. End of something, is it? Gift shop ahead. Look at that. Oh, end of the terminus. Okay. Wow, look at that. You can still smell the diesel. The men would have smelled back in the day when they got inside this diesel box. Incredible bit of stuff. Mama Duck, thank you very much. Would diesel have even powered these machines, or would they have been coal powered? Big flaming fucking power of coal inside a steam engine then. Wow. Beautiful stuff. The land before time. The land that time forgot. Imagine how antiquated and old this looks now, but not even 100 years old, is it? Incredible stuff. There's something over here, maybe. We could have some kind of workhouse or something. I'd say this might have been where the managerial class would have converged to overlook the entire... Oh, you can't go in. A lot of stuff wrapped up there. They've got... See these bits and pieces in there are all wrapped up in tarpaulin and whatnot, probably to keep them, the longevity of it. We have, looks like a workman's bench or something, with bits and pieces, yet more valve handles and machines. At first they look like they're saws or something, or like lathe-like machines, but they're, who knows what they are or what they're doing. That thing there looks like it's going to have a spinning piece at the end of it or something. Is there anybody out there who knows a thing or two about a thing or two regarding industry, could tell us what the story is with that, or maybe what it actually might have made or done? Slug zone. It's like a workbench where you can craft new items. Bit of lathe action. Yeah, it does remind me of the lathe. The lathe of the night. Would you believe it? Big motors, giant pipes, complete industrial action. And as you can see there, the pipe, the lid would come down, and then either Super Mario or Luigi would just pop out of there and straight into that yoke. Send them off to a new world, warp speed. Probably complete the game in a much faster time.
Thanks for the tip.
Thank you very much, Manx Dillon. Any relation to Bob Dylan? The Manx version. Douglas Dillon. Big ups to Hugo, John, and all the Animation Explainers team. You're a legend. Thank you very much for the tip there, Manx Man Dillon. Hope you're getting on well. I'm doing a bit of animating. Tell you, this has me very animated. You can imagine if there was a war on or whatever, you could hide down there underneath that foliage and the pipes there, and just have a ration and kind of maybe a little sleep or something, just to recharge the batteries. And look at that stack of gas tanks out there. Tank after tank after tank. It's a 3-stack above terra firma, but below deck we don't know what's going on. We've got actual brickwork built into the ground. A lot of digging and excavating had to be done in order to lay the foundations and make a foundational subsurface for all these pipes and everything. Because remember, the coal was brought here, and then it was burnt or whatever. What happened to get the gas out of it was then made in those big yokes inside there, and then it comes out into the pipes, and then piped into the national grid, the national gas grid of Germany. Whelan lad, thank you very much. Hope you're getting on well. Now, if we can't go much further and see any of the old style cokery, we can head to another plant, which should give us a little bit more time. We'll go and see now and find out. I don't think we've much more. See, there's a whole. We've seen but maybe a quarter of what is potentially available in this place. But as I said, we got down here today, and they said there's a bit of work going on. Crazy bit of industrial business. Oh, yeah. Captain Sachs says when Bordnamono was getting set up in the 20s in the Midlands, lads from Ireland went over to Germany to see how they did things. That's an interesting factoid. Bought a load of machinery too and brought them back, learned from the best. No way. Did not know that at all. Look at this. What would you call this? It seems as though you usually would see gas silos structures inside these kind of frames. Usually a steel exoskeleton surrounding a silo for the gas, but there's no silo here at the moment. Just an empty pool with moss or algae or whatever growing on top. There's no koi carp down there. I'm not sure whether or not you can see it. You might not be able to see it if you're watching on a small phone or whatever, but if you're on a big screen, 1080p, you might be able to see some of the details, such as the cobwebs there. And it's a shame now there was a butterfly just hovering and flying in and around these concrete structures a minute ago, which again just underscored the fucking importance of nature and its ability as well. It's a magnificent ability to be able to circumvent man-made and scientific structures. 2 piston gauges, which would have really been flying high back in the day, now sadly below zero. And another electricity box there with bits and pieces on it.
Thanks for the tip.
Thank you very much there, main approver of stuff. Hope you're getting on well. Hey Tommy, looks like I contracted the Coco Jumbo 19 virus, since the scientific consensus is that it was created by Eastern witchcraft. Could you please cast a counterspell for me and all of viewers? Ready to receive. Thanks for the tip. What? The jury's still out, is it? That it was created, a man-made virus created in a laboratory. Although the emphasis is heavily weighing towards that kind of conclusion, because if you just look at it on a surface level, like, why didn't this COVID-19 just appear? Why did it only appear now, do you know, and not ages ago or something? Like, I know that might sound really stupid, as if to say, well, I mean, sure, it just only has fucking happened now, like, you know, but for me, anyways, it feels as though something like that just feels like it's a bit too fucking man-made for me. But then, look at that, look at those amazing gas pipes or whatever the fuck they are, drums, or they're almost like grain elevators, but there's going to be no grain elevators in those yokes. Only pure power, steam, gas, and noxious gases and fumes. But I can't really cast any spells for you just yet. I need to be in a specific place to utilise spellbinding capabilities, the likes of which we saw in Holland, in Limburg. I wonder does there be any carp in that. Carpe diem. Chain in car, thank you very, very much. Oh, fuck. Sorry, if I move my wrist in a certain way, it fucking hurts. Well, it's not funny, but the thing is, how that I couldn't stand the bottle up. I just had to leave it like that because it fucking hurts. I should really have gone home. When I was in the laundrette that day in Cologne, that was time really to probably have just packed this in and gone home and get an X-ray on the fucking hand. But I'd come so far that it didn't seem like a good thing to do, even though health-wise it would have been for the best. But fuck it, like, you only live once, and who's to say I probably would never have bothered my arse coming back again. So if it means I have to hold a bottle like that, then so be it. It's not going to be the end of the world. Won't see any doom and gloom about it. But it's an interesting thing, I thought, was to look at the way you ignore certain things. You might actually have physical pain, but if you have an idea of what you want to achieve, that is to say the mission of like industry, tourism and transportation, then, and if your drive and ambition to succeed in those ideas is strong enough, then it's a force that can overrule pain. And I'm sure physical pain on my side, I'm sure it could actually work for all other kinds of pain, whether it's psychological or, emotional or whatever. So it just goes to show you that that's the human mind, you see. It's, in a lot of ways, it's an amazing thing because it can fucking do a lot for you. But in other ways it can fuck you up as well. Like, it could be the fucking... It could fucking send you into a spiral of chaos as well. But we won't dwell on that. What we will dwell on is the spiral of absolute industrial and manufacturing-based success that came alive in the industrial era of the late 1800s, early 1900s. Factories, no workers' rights really, just pure industry and money-making, unbridled money-making by big, powerful land barons and industrialists. These structures would become the new icons of a people who once probably embraced the church and the steeple. But now, or then, it was pipes. They gave up the Bible and the communion of a Sunday and took to the pipe in the sky. Said, that's what I want to be. That's what I want to do. It's the pipe that bringeth life. It's also the pipe that taketh life away as well. But they didn't know that then. They didn't know that what they were doing was producing energy through means of which would eventually re-energize the planet, take away its power. Maybe it was promised or foretold that would happen, The planet might just be a self-regulating organism. We've heard a bit of that kind of chat going on. Jimmy Lovelock and fucking Gaia theory. That maybe all of this stuff was meant to happen so that it could eventually take us out. Be the demise of ourselves, of our own creation. We were the demise of our own creation, probably. Maybe. Potentially. And that would regulate Earth as well. It would get self-purge itself of the badness, which unfortunately might have actually become the human man and woman itself. Crazy bit of business to think about it. If you get thinking about it too much, it could dominate and distract and irritate everyone around you who has to listen to you. But don't let that stop you. Don't let the people telling you that you're annoying and that you've changed get in the way of your mind and your thoughts. Because there's always a runoff at the end of the day. Drain whatever detritus is necessary. We'd like to go further, but as you can see, there's a JCB down there moving a bit of stuff. I've seen a few people actually down here. Let's go and find out. Tim Reedy, thank you very, very much. Tim Reedy. Tim Reedy. Hope you're getting on well, Sham. That you're enjoying this industrialization. It's a step away, it's a step down from the fast-moving rat race to the transportational stakes. And we've gone into chill-out times. And thank you very, very much for the Muttman Treat Fund, you said. That's one friendly old face I am dying to see. The Muttman. We won't be able to make it round there, but again, look at the way nature has decided to grow alongside pipes and silos and whatnot. Thank you very much there, the Schmell of Want, for the tip. And Bendy Bus Bokum. You're spoiling us with the streams, you say. I'm not really, you're spoiling me. And Bokum, it's funny that you should mention that in your tip name, because that's a small town west of Dortmund, which I'm thinking of visiting, because even though it looks small, I could be wrong, it has an extensive tram and light rail network. It's like probably the size of, I don't know, maybe it could be like Galway, maybe it could be Athlone, but it has an extensive transportational network, and you know that there's always going to be a tram ready to pop off 10 minutes or 5 minutes after one's gone. So imagine having that kind of infrastructure in Athlone or Galway or whatever. I know you have the buses there, but sure, the roads in Galway are cat now, it's jammers. And the morning trying to get into Galway around Loch Talia Road or even going back further up to the Headford Road, it's jam-packed, and they've been talking about this bloody ring road for years. Where is it and what's going on? How much is it costing? When's it going to happen? These lads, 100 years ago, built the rails underneath the ground. But that's the thing as well, exponentially. To do that nowadays, if they wanted to do that, Germany, it would cost so much money. They probably just had the fucking means back in the day. It was just free, lots of free money and free profits. Not free profits, but the labour, the worker didn't have the rights to earn as much as they probably would be able to now. And I don't know, the cost of everything has probably gone up. So to build underground networks and things like that in Ireland, maybe it wouldn't. I just don't know if the economy would be able to have it. It doesn't. They're going to try and do it, I believe, from Dublin Airport into town. But that's going to be 2036 or something. Be a while until it's done, like. Thank you very much. Main approver of stuff. By which year do you believe we can give buses to Mars? I'm not sure yet. But I'd say that fella Musk is trying to get to Mars, but he might actually be just talking space, and that's my new word for it. That lad Musk, sure, he's just talking space. The vastness of the universe and space out there, it's as vast as the man's fucking gamut of shite talk. Do you know? It can go on for years, and I suppose he's a business interest in keeping himself in the news as well, so any sort of publicity of keeping promises, Johnny Promises I call him, any promises, big grandiose promises he can make is probably for the best for him, whether it comes true or not. Thank you very much, Robbie, for your tip. Heading to Munich tomorrow for a few nights, playing a few gigs. I hope you have a good gig or two, and thank you very much. And the Schmell of One, Tim Reedy, thank you very much. Sean Pup Tracy, thank you very much. Buy yourself a pretzel, I will. Neil Garvey, Carrot Man, thank you very much to the Carrot Man. Cole Carp, I hope you're doing well. Sandra Joyce, rejoice to the Sandras, thank you very much. Now, we'll just see if we can go to this other gaff, which we've been told is open. I think we can get a bus there. We'll go and find out if we can get a bus. And a lovely few clouds have appeared in the sky as well. It's great to see the clouds in the sky, almost as good as if it is to see the cranes in the sky, which highlight that industry is back and that the work is happening. Again, the country is moving forward, and we'll have no more talk of fucking backwardsness of financial disparity and bad stuff, and the world global economy fucking up, and we're all going to hell in a handcart. Doesn't matter. As long as the clouds are out and the cranes are in the sky, it's going to be a good day. The buses are running, the trams, the rails are humming, all that stuff. Let's just see now if this is open.
Thanks for the tip.
Thank you very much.
Ja. Genau. Ja, so machen wir das. Alles klar. Okay. Ja. Tschüss. Hallo? Ich weiß jetzt nicht, wer zuerst klappt.
Ich wurde zur Eröffnung. Ich hab Zeit. Alles gut.
Achso, Sie wollen zuerst.
Ich habe am Getränkeautomaten 2 Euro reingesteckt und es kam auch das erste Getränk raus und jetzt steht da bitte warten. Bitte warten. Bitte warten.
Das ist, glaube ich, wenn Sie Cola nehmen, dann ist keine Cola mehr drin. Haben Sie noch eine andere?
So, es kam eine raus. Es kam ja.
Vielleicht war es die letzte.
Ja, aber dann muss ja das Wechselgeld herausgeben.
Was haben Sie denn gedruckt?
Die eine Euro.
Also wir haben schon mal. Ansonsten, ich habe deshalb auch die 7 Euro. Also gucken Sie noch mal, wenn nicht, gebe ich Ihnen das Geld. Ja.
Okay.
Wir haben so.
Ja, ich wollte ein zweites Getränk eigentlich noch nicht.
Nehmen wir an, das ist nicht Cola jetzt eine noch rausgekommen ist, dass der Automat dann
Ja.
also mal ein anderes Getränk nochmal.
Also, ja, ich probiere es noch.
Ja?
Sonst melden.
Aber wenn ich gebe Ihnen auf jeden Fall das Geld wieder. Der Automatenhersteller hat nicht.
Hello.
Hallo.
Is this open today, this place?
Yes.
It's open.
It's open.
Okay, I go there. Thank you.
Ja, okay.
Aber das geht lange noch, ne?
Jesus, I nearly forgot to give you this.
Oh,
Oh,
ich habe gerade überlegt.
you would have been calling the police. The police would have been aware. Thank you. Jesus, nearly forgot to give back the bloody the guide machine, whatever you call it. Was it a smartphone on a chain? Jeez, I could have. That would have been an awful turnip for the bucks then, had I been arrested. And then can you imagine back in the Western People or on Connacht Tribune or anything like that? Local Mayo bus driver arrested on suspicion of robbery in a coal factory, an antiquated museum coal factory in the Roar Valley. Mr. Tommy Schlug. Age and then followed by your address as well. Was arrested Tuesday afternoon by the German police after he live streamed himself stealing a mobile phone from a museum of coal. Solicitor for Mr. Schlug said that it was quite clear from the video footage live streamed that he had no knowledge of the robbery itself, and he is confident that when push comes to shove and when the case comes to trial, a fair and balanced judge and jury will see that there was no malice intended. Bruno, thank you very much, and Smell of Space off you, thank you very much as well. The Schengen. But unfortunately, actually, when I was arrested then for stealing the mobile phone from the coal thing, that triggered an Interpol Schengen warning. And then it was like fucking a federal sort of FBI style case against me, you know, contravening European laws of movement, because you're only allowed to spend 90 days in other countries, you know, without a fucking visa in your own continent. And then I started looking into the history of all this. You had the Maastricht Treaty in 1992, which was signed then and brought everyone, the European community, the EC, into the European Union. And then what that did was allow for free movement within the countries. But I wonder, was it completely free? Like, as in, could you just fucking move away and work anywhere without having to get a fucking residency permit? Or did you always have to do that? Thanks very much for the tip. And Vinegar Stroke, thank you very much for the tip as well. But, in another way of looking at it, right? We grown up thinking that fucking Europe is ours and we are from Europe and blah, blah, blah. But Europe was an idea, really, which has been prompted, from what I can see, by the United States of America. Like a massive land grab there. And then Europe after the war was like, fuck it. We might as well make our own superstate, because the way things are breaking down at the moment, you need to have a big conglomerate of lands together, you know. So, before that, it's just European countries. We all speak different languages. So Europe is the same size, roughly, is it, of the States? Probably the States is bigger, but if you think about it, it's like moving to the country next door, Holland, Belgium, Germany. They all have a different language. It's like going from bloody New York into New Jersey, and then into fucking Maryland or whatever, Virginia, and then speaking another language there, another language there. Crazy bit of business. So before that, maybe 100 years ago, when they were building these coal jobs and all that kind of stuff, there probably was no unity, as in, like, there was no kind of, oh yeah, our European brothers here are doing this, that and the other. It might have just been like the way we think about fucking the world broken down into like China, US, Russia, you know, the other fucking big powers. Who are the big powers? I mean, South America, are they a big power? They're not one really. I mean, Brazil is a massive country. I'm not sure about the size of its army. Anyway, sorry, I'm just talking shite here. I need to actually look at how do we get to this coal plant? You thought you'd seen it all. You thought you'd seen the coal plant. You had, but now there's another. You haven't seen the last from me yet. Let me just check now. Just bear with me a sec now, lads, while I check the bloody map. Mappenstein. We need to go down that way, I think. Sorry about that, yeah, we were going the wrong way, but I didn't really anticipate on going from one coal place to the next. Big Tobacco now, it's changed, it's gone. Big Tobacco never went away, it's just changed into a different format now. But you still get a lot of people smoking cigarettes because probably a different kind of blast, isn't it, to the vape. It's nothing like pure burning to really give you that hit, and I sincerely believe that you actually become addicted to the feeling of the... It's pain, but you're not telling yourself that. It's the hard blast of combustion, which is not good for you, and it's not really giving you any sort of lift, but you combine the feeling of that hard hit with the feeling the nicotine gets you, and then you might be inclined to smoke rather than vape, because you're thinking, fucking vape doesn't hit you the same way a cigarette does. But the cigarette is hitting you the same way as the vape, but it's just giving you this other little physical thing which you can hold on to. So you need to realise that, but then I suppose when the pints come out and you're drinking, and it could be hard to say no if you've been a long time ardent regarder of the cigarette lifestyle. Let me just check. Need to make sure we're still on course here. Cars. Any sausage shop, Lockins, Vinegar Struck. Nothing today now. I didn't eat any sausage there for the last few days. But it seems to be everybody's into the Wurst. It's just a sausage, Wurst, currywurst mit Brot. It's just sausage in a bread. And they really do it's a massive sausage in a little baguette. But even in your ma does great sausage. And she's pumping them out day in, day out. There's currywurst, bratwurst, Oktoberwurst, K-wurst. It's great stuff, and it looks like it really fill you up. But I didn't bother for it. I just went for the bloody sandwich and coffee combo at your ma's today. I was going to start the stream from your ma's again, but it wasn't a great your ma's as well, you know. It didn't have everything, all the hallmarks of an amazing ma. It was only a small shack. I'm talking the Dortmund connection today. So we're just walking down now. I just need to check the map again. Sorry about the camera angle here. We might have to do a light jog or something. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do a light jog. Nothing too hectic, nothing too major. Just something very easy. We get things moving. Crazy bit of business. Crazy bit of mattress. I wonder if we could get any more drip out from there. See, ordinary people just see the Lidl sign. I think, yeah, that's where I can get some milk and bread and cheese or whatever. I see that and I just see drip out. A beautiful Lidl. Now, let me see, make sure we're still on track here. Binarium, what the fuck is a binarium? There's another museum nearby called a binarium. It's a gamer. It's a gaming museum, is it? Digital. Fuck. Right, we've a choice now. We go to the binarium, or do we see more industry? me just see what time this is open. We could do both. Have a look here. It's closed. It's closed. It's closed. It's closed. Binarium, I'd never even heard of it. I'd never even heard of that word before. It seems to be some kind of classic home computer system. A bloody museum for home game consoles and whatnot. The kind of shit the nephew would be into. Big shout out to Francis if you're watching back home. I hope you're getting on well. That you're looking after the dog. Maybe the dog is looking after you. Fucking Stadia. Stadia, man. Should be nearly there now. Near this bloody bus stop. Okay, we're done. Oh yeah, there's a bus stop up here, I'd say. Dr. Binarium's Ecological Aquarium. Just see. We are moving in the right direction. Thanks for the tip, Spanky. I hope you're doing well. And thanks for the tip again. I hope you're getting on well, guys, and enjoying the Tuesday afternoon. I'm a bit wary of running too much, even if it's just mini bursts, because I don't want to sweatbox the fucking lens out of it or put anybody off. You know, people have come here to see some amazing educative sights and sounds of industry. They don't want to see it being washed out with beads of sweat. Just a generally wet, soggy man showing them around chimneys and pipes, combustion engines and all sorts. Now, we are going here. What's a sec now? We need to just find out. Sorry, lads, 1 sec. Find out which. What's the bus? It's the bus. It's the bus. It's the 461, is it? (462). So we have a 15-minute 462 to Barrap. Jesus, we thought we would actually be. We thought we'd be a bit faster than that, didn't we? 462 to Barrap. There's a kiosk over there. Don't really need it. Where do we get the 461 there? We can get the 447, the 465 there. We get the 462 over there, yeah. Okay. Stadmitte. I should come over here now and just stand away from the crowd. I'm glad actually the cloud has made an appearance. I want to be near the cloud, but away from the crowd, if you know what I mean. We put a bloody water tank there, and then we can put the camera there. Maybe a hands-free scenario if it works. Nope. It's pointing too high. It's pointing too high. Maybe there. Yeah, that'll do. There's a 461 there. That's not what we want. What we want is the 462, and that's going to ride 17 stops to where we need to go. And hopefully that place is still open by 5 p.m. because we could potentially get there and it being closed would be a nightmare, but not something we'd be able to not get past, because there seems to be like another castle-like structure nearby which could offer some light relief for sightseers who've stuck with us on the entirety of the journey. So if it goes tits up on the industry, we can see a bit of even medieval industry, that is to say the construction of amazing castles. House Delwig, I think it's called. 14 stops, 17 stops to Ander Brandheid. Owen Hooley, how are you? Did you scope out the Technic Museum? I was meant to go, but I got out of Berlin and back to the Ruhr, or to the west of Germany, because, as I was saying to you the last day, I don't know how long I could continue the entire quest, to be honest, so it was best for me to make my way back to an exfiltration point, and maybe even go back to Karlsruhe. To end the journey where it began, a kind of full circle sort of scenario. So I'm not 100% that's the way it'll go, but listen, I wasn't even sure what was going on today. I knew yesterday, I got into Dortmund yesterday evening about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and then was considering doing a stream, but it started to get dark then. And when you lose light, you lose sight, to be honest. And then the Liverpool game was on, and I was thinking, we find a good situation now, maybe stream the match, not stream the actual match, the stream will get taken down, but stream myself in a place where there's a bit of atmosphere and a bit of fucking banter, but there wasn't really much going on in Dortmund. I thought that there would be, For some reason, I just thought that they'd be mad into Liverpool as well. I don't know why, maybe the Jurgen Klopp thing, or didn't he manage them? But I just thought, is there some sort of affinity there? But there was the Dortmund-Liverpool game there a few seasons ago was magical. Not for Dortmund, I think Liverpool won, but I just always thought there was some connection between the two fans, I'm not sure. But I tell you what, Klopp is on the adverts. We seen him on the truck in Berlin the other day for Warsteiner. He's on the adverts in between the game. So last night during half-time, Klopp was on the telly then, just like smiling and doing, bitte, yeah. And he's doing well. He's doing very well for himself over here. He's doing well as over in Liverpool as well, Not doing well in the league at the moment, but sure, it's only early days. Yeah. So we're going to another industry museum now, and we're waiting. The bus should be here in about 5-10 minutes. The 462, that's the 461 behind me. Stream what with the space overlay there? It was a chain. What should I stream with the space overlay? The trip to the museum? That would be good. Oh yeah, the football, I see. I remember. Slim Shafiri, thank you very much. The town of Münster has a ring road for cyclists. It's a medieval moat they filled in, and now it's a non-car ring road. It's near Dortmund. It's interesting as well that we're just next to an Imbiss, a stand. I think it's made to look like a wall there. and then you can get into it the back if you're working it. But there's nobody working it, and it's the HDMH Imbis. Yeah, the town of Munster is nearby. Actually, we could visit there at some stage. I'm not sure. Great cheese in Munster as well. Is that the crack? I remember eating some cheese. Was it? It might have been called Munster or something, but I think it might have actually. Has it a bit of blue cheese sort of texture? Is it stinky stuff? It's not like just cheddar. Munster. Great cheese, yeah. Fantastic cheese out in Munster. Great mash. There's a tank museum there. Jeez, might have seen a few tanks actually. I've gone easy on the military since I've been here. I didn't really want to go too much into it, but that topography of the terrors that we walked by when we were near Checkpoint Charlie the last day, I was told in good faith by our solid friend of the stream, Klim Crew, that was a great exhibition to go and see. So it's a shame in a way I didn't really get to see as much of Berlin as I wanted to see. Saw it on foot, main sites. We rode tram, bus, and we were on a bendy bus. I was on a tram, not sure if I streamed it, but I was on a few trams. I was definitely on a few trains in the underground, the U-Bahn. We were under a bridge eating sausage as the U-Bahn went over us. I mean, how German can you get, like? That was something. And I just felt as though best not to detour too much off this transport tip and become bogged down in just holiday style, socialising and drinking. It's not the mission, You get fired if a proper tourist board had commissioned you to go and do this. Not to say you're not proper tourist board lads, but thanks for the commissions. But then you'd get fired because you were on the piss. You're not meant to be on the piss. And then saying that, I couldn't stream yesterday because I was a bit on the piss as well. So every town has its own beer. How can you ignore it? And they all tell you this is the best stuff. This is the best stuff. In Berlin it was the Berliner, or it's the Berlin Pilsner. In bloody Cologne it was Kolsch or Kolsch. Oh, this is the best. This is the best. And then I got here to Dortmund yesterday. It was Koch or Koch. Someone told me the best Koch in Germany was this beer here. Or I can't, Kochem or something. I'm not sure. Kochem was the name of the place we went to. But it was a bottle of beer anyway. It wasn't anything else. That's what it was called. You look like you're in the Windows 98 Maze screensaver, Tommy. Oh, thanks very much. I believe you're on about this thing here. But I'm not 100% sure now that is the case. We just make sure the stream is still rolling here because I haven't checked in a while. We could be fucked. Oh, well, actually, we should be okay. We should be okay. We should be okay. Now, go to YouTube. We go to YouTube and we open up that and see if the stream is still rolling on that. I think we've got the 462 coming on. No, it's not. It's a 410. 410 is arriving into the middle bay. Oh yeah, the stream is still going. That's great. No, it's not. Yet somebody is just after telling us there that it says 88 on the back. I didn't know that, and apparently that's a bad number to see in Germany. Just goes to show you, though, there's a lot of it about, isn't there? And here's the 462. The 462 is in town. Hold on a second, we put the cap on the bottle. We don't want to miss this bus. No. Where is my mask? Fuck. Don't go. Please don't go without us. No. I think we're okay, lads. There's a bus driver changing. The bus driver changing here.
haben Sie gesagt?
Ja, es wollte mir erzählen, nochmal die Heizung mit der Heizung. Ich habe in der Regel eigentlich gar nichts. Ja, wollte sich nochmal melden. Das war aber.
Very hot. Do you have the wallet? I do. I'm sure I do, yeah. It's really made me rethink the whole wallet scenario. As if, and I mean to say, like, do we even need a wallet? Food wallet. I mean, it's handy to have cards and all that kind of stuff in it, but are we kind of setting us up for a fall, carrying all this stuff around in one thing? If you lose it, then you've it lashed. Then it's gone. Lovely bendy bus here. We head down the back. We head right down the back here. It's fucking roasting. It's absolutely roasting. Jesus, that is roast. You could fry an egg on that. You could fry an egg on that. Sweatbox, lads, I'm gonna just turn off the fucking camera because it's too hot at Sweatbox, and I'll be, it says it's gonna be 17 stops. So let me just check that out. Probably 15 minutes or something like that, okay? We'll be back in 15 minutes or 20 minutes or something. Take it easy. Good luck.
Peanuts
Jesus. Sorry there, lad, sorry. We finally made it, and unfortunately it does close at 6 p.m, which is 5 p.m. Castlebar Standard Time. So, we've reached an industrial apex part of the roar here where coal used to be. Look at the symmetry of this as well. Those coal lifts or coal shafts. And then you've got this house here as well. You can stay after 6 p.m, but some of the buildings are closed apparently. They say you can stay in the cafeteria and the gift shop until well into the small hours, when Panzer Cole McSchulzpa comes out and gives a ceremonial coal dance on the stroke of midnight. Each and every participant that is still here after the day's museumings can actually receive a gifted coal dance from your man Schultz back in the Panopticon back there, which we've yet to see, but fuck it anyway, sorry about the swear. Crazy bit of architectural wonderment there. This is probably early 1900s or something. We could fucking find out on Wikipedia, but I'm much more concerned about time being of the essence. And we go in here and just see. Wow. Even though there's nothing industrious here, you can see a lovely building. Some kind of work hall or something. Look at this here, this is something.
Herzlich willkommen im LWL Industriemuseum Zeche Zollern. Sie befinden sich in der Eingangshalle der Verwaltung der ehemaligen Zeche.
Put that there anyway, I don't know what he's on about. Wow, history of the rural life of Workhouse. Jimmy Creeby, thank you very much. And Father Finton Stack, thank you very much. We have an old scripture here from around 1780. Tells you some stuff in German. History of the region as well. Schnuffles, thank you very much. More stuff to listen in there, but before industrialisation, few people lived in this region between Hellweg and Liep. In the valley of the river, there were villages consisting of half-timber houses grouped in a circle around a small church. So pre-industrial, it was all wooden shacks and stuff like that. Then, once things got going, the power of coal, that fucking really ramped up. Just processing an industry on a massive scale, and look how far we've come. Do you remember that town I was telling you about, Bochum? I was telling you it's west of Dortmund. We might go there. We're here actually in Dortmund. We're actually out here now, around this part, or maybe even maybe up there. But then Bochum is over here. And from what it looks like to me, Bochum, or Bochum, whatever it is, it's a small enough village, but look at how many fucking chimney stacks it had going. Like pumping out that shite into the atmosphere. And the town itself probably became really, really rich. And then that could afford them the luxury of building elaborate underground rail systems and tram systems, shit like that. Look, I don't know if it's underground, but it's definitely elaborate. Now, William Thomas Mulvaney, born in Dublin, 1806. Jesus Christ, I never even knew about this guy. Maybe this was the guy that the fella who was texting him earlier on said that the Irish came over. William Thomas Mulvaney, the engineer from Ireland responsible for Zollin's absorption into the Prussian Mining and Ironwork Company in 1866. Look at the vastness of that building. Look at the workers on top still finishing off the fucking turrets and the trebuchets. This lad born in Dublin, then Commissioner for the Board of the Public Works in Ireland in 1840 something. He was an engineer in the Shannon River Flood Control Project in 1831. Representative for Hibernia Mining. This has to be the same fella. Overseer of Waterways and Fisheries. Quits the civil service in 1852. Representative for Shamrock Mine in Hearn. So he made a mining company over here called Shamrock Mine. And he president of the Prussian Mining and Ironworks Company in 1866. He was the founding chairman of the Association to Ensure Common Economic Interests in Rhineland. He died in Dusseldorf, not long after becoming an honorary member of the Mining Association and all that kind of stuff. An incredible piece of engineering. How are you getting on? Sorry about that. Look at the Steiner. The beer Steiner there. I wonder if this is all about him. I'm not sure. My names. He got absolutely Dusseldorfed. Look at this now. Crazy bit of business. That's the ceremonial panhandle, which used to be used to smack workers on the bottom. And it had these like feathery tussles as well, just to add a bit of humiliation to the proceedings. If you didn't do or fulfill your quota at the end of the day, as a coal miner, you were asked to drop your pants, and you would be boving-housed by the Bovingshausen paddle snatcher. That's the name given to the person who dished out the paddling. And those feathers would wave in the air kind of as it was happening, and it would just add to the hilarity of it all. A lot of people would laugh, whilst working. Homoerotic in some regards, hilarious in others, morally wrong in other areas, and again quite funny in others as well. So it's just funny, isn't it? Now we've got himself again, Kirchdorf, Emil Kirchdorf. Let's get going here. We need to find some industry. Paul Knob. We want to go and look at that. We want to look at some of that stuff. Let's get out of here. You can go up in this building, you can go down in it, you can fucking hang around. That's a lovely scale replica model of the pump room. Wow. More scale extra here. There's a tour coming through. Tour guide coming through. Look at this here. Siemens and Halsk, 1935. Mercury arc rectifier fitted to the winding engine that had been erected by Siemens and Halsk. Crazy bit of industrialization. It's a lovely bit of industrialization. It's crazy. And look at this. No function. Line. Can we get out of here? This door. Did these lads come out? Oh, you can. Very nice. Very nice automated action. I'm not sure would they have had that back in the day. Look at that. Coal tower. Beautiful stuff. I wonder if you can get into this thing over here. Doesn't look like it's an automated experience, but it's a big house. No entrance. Entrance through the other side, maybe. Entrance through the other side. The buildings themselves are very interesting to look at. Look at that workyard. Look at the vastness, expanse of the workyard. And these rails, you would have had men, probably boys, pushing the carts, chock full of coal and detritus or whatever, around these yards at pace. Wow. Really get a sense of what it must have felt like in that early industrialization period when mass production and the massive tight-fisted glove of capitalism was getting going in Europe and was going to spread on then throughout the world. No regard really for what it was going to do to the world in a socio-economic or even a mental way. Could have driven lads to pints.
Thanks for the
The power of it all could have driven men to the bottle. It could have driven them to even greater things, like building bigger factories and fucking exploiting the workers and the workforce and all that. We didn't know at the time, but it only spelt out goodness to everybody who was concerned. We'll go over there in a second. Let's have a quick look in here. Time is of the essence. Frodo Shaggins, thank you very much. Now we're inside the belly of the beast. And look at this. Wow. Wow. Industry, industry, industry. On these very floors, men came to work. And look at that. Look at how well it's been kept, preserved. Look at the size of these lads. Neumann and Esser. Aachen. Made in Aachen. We were there. 1940. This has all the hallmarks of the Nazi. Look, if it's 1940, then it says it's a Nazi fucking structure, is it not? Aachen. Machine fabric. Serial number 39100. Aachen 1940. Whew. Serious bit, isn't it? Wilson's aerobic capabilities, thank you very much. It's kind of like, it's a bit weird to be marvelling at it all when you know that there was an evil glove on the hand that was making the wheels turn and the cogs turn and the pistons pace. You know, it's kind of, and look at this, it looks like a face. Was it meant to look like a face? That is a cheeky bit of design now, if you ask me. You got these two things here. Then you got that as a nose, and then a smiley little face. You pull that back. Dynamo. Nets. I don't know what that is. Dynamo. You got some kind of very suspect insignia there. I don't know what that means. But we'll definitely think about it. We'll definitely chalk that one down and put that in the questionable section of the scrapbook that we'll compile at the end here. Look at that. Look at that. Just wondering, the fella that was at the head of the exhibition, the Irish engineer, was it Mulvaney or something? That says Erin, Germania. I wonder if is that a fucking link up between the two scenarios. Wow. We've never seen such things. We've never seen such things. Look, it's kind of like marble at the top. There was a lot of luxury put into this. This would have been the specialised area where fellas with university degrees and diplomas and whatnot, who were very smart, but at the same time very easily malleable by the powers that be, would be then here doing the twisting and the pulling knobs, twisting pipes, and really having a good time, while the boys down here in the main cutting thrust machines were fucking working their fingers to the bone, sometimes getting their fingers chopped off inside a bloody fucking twister sump or something. Look at these little vials full of oil to lubricate the fucking piston that rocks the race. Jimmy Piston. How far industry has come on now. We don't need any of this sort of stuff anymore. This stuff, it's all ancient. By hand, everything is digitized and robotized. Machine fabric. I'm sure now people would have had the same attitude at the time to these machines as we do to the computers that do everything for us now. But it might have actually been more spectacular in the sense that to see something like that in operation, imagine seeing that move. They look like fucking electromagnets, like each individual one. I could be wrong, but there's a lot of coiling going around it. And have you heard the reverberation? Can you hear the reverberation of that? You can imagine, back in the days of yore. Schnell! Schnell! Where is the power? Where is the power? Schnell! And shouting, lots of voices going on. I can't hold it. We need pints! We need pints! An unbelievable space. Something has happened here. Something was happening here. It's not happening now. That's all I can tell you. A lovely big hook. Heron, thank you very much. And Wilson's aerobic capacity. A lovely touch of hook there. What are we at? We're at 17:35. We've only 25 minutes left. We need to get inside these buildings. I could stay here all day. We haven't even seen down there. Let's have a quick look down there. Siemens and Helsk. We see that name again, Siemens. I wonder, is it the same Siemens that make the phones? Look at the intricacy of that. You can still smell the industry from 100 years ago. The same way that smelled then, it smells now. You can smell the history, you can smell the fucking sights and sounds that were going on. It's a crazy bit of business. Look at that well wheel. And then more fucking things, coils wrapped around in the middle. They have to be electromagnets, are they? Electromagnesis. And there we have beer bottles of Radler drank by the workers, an old worker's boots, a diary, Stein bottles, worker's helmet, a scapula, bits of broken glass, Annie Lennox, the Eurythmics. Let's get going. You could go into that basement. I'm not sure if we'll risk it. Blue Sky, thank you very much for the tip. Hope you're getting on well and you're enjoying the industry here. It's a crazy bit of industry, the likes of which we've never seen before in our lives. Maybe you have, but I haven't. That face that we saw there, that was a cheeky face. I was very, very moved by that. Wow, Vorsteiner. Unfortunately, it's not working. I was wondering, is he watching me on a live stream? That fella. There was a fella on the screen then. Maybe it's just a picture, a JPEG from an older visitor or something. But I actually thought for a moment there that I was being watched when I tried to fucking pump out the Warsteiner. Now, up to the main hub. Well, maybe it's the main hub. Got some shaft room here. Welder's bench or iron worker's bench, the vice. She still moves. There's still a bit of moving her. We're not allowed probably to touch this, so we'll leave it. Still a bit of movement in her. What we've got going on up here is... what the hell have we got? Look at this, the way the coal will come in. Coal. That is coal. Yeah, that's pure coal. That is pure coal, there's no doubt about it. It's uncut. It's uncut. Wow, look at the size of that. You've nearly half a fucking sack of coal in that one lump. It's amazing, we still get the best coal, the powerful heat that I can get of coal when we're back in Ireland. It was Polish, but then I don't know if you've tried the Colombian coal, but it's fantastic. Look at the bucket. This would come back down off that conveyor belt, down into the bucket as raw, hard lumps, nuggets of coal that would then go out into the wilds to heat many of the families who needed it. And it would also heat the engines of the steam engines, producing monumental amounts of steam power. Steam engine, of course, invented by James Watt, I think. Can't be too fucking sure about that. Maybe some people are saying, what are you on about? It wasn't. I think it was. It was. Curly Watts as well from Coronation Street. Maybe he had something to do with this. I'm not sure. I'll get a lovely view of the train tracks there that would have taken the coal out to the many respective industries around the rural region, out as far as Cologne, then out into the east as well, of Berlin maybe up there, or Hamburg, or we don't know. We can only speculate. But this is Dortmund, so you could have gone then to Bochum or Duisburg, Dusseldorf. You know, this is what powered a lot of the country. We can hear a laugh up there. There's people right up there at the top of the tower. Not sure if we can get there, but we'll have a look and see anyway. Another engine room. Wonder if this... Look, the arrows are telling us to go to the top there. High up in the structure now. Demolition in 1959. Washery is a ruin. The washery is dismantled. Deconstruction. Silent liquidation. Wonder how we get to the top of that fucking yoke. Sorry about the trailer. Jeez, look. It was coal for victory. Mining during Nazi Germany. They used the powers of what they had, and they used it for evil stuff. And that's the problem with it, like, you know. With great power comes responsibility. And then you gave the industrial power zone of the world fucking maniac, and you saw what happened. So I suppose there needs to be checks and balances. One way, the checks and balances were that they used to be like democratically elected peoples or whatever. And whatever you say about how fucking fixed the democratic elections are, at least they do set a fucking minimum 4-year term or whatever. But when the Nazis got in, sure, they got rid of that altogether. It was like, we don't even need elections anymore. We're the best. Good luck. And then the rest is, as they say, history. And we're getting fucking higher here. This'll be some mountain to climb now. I almost get a little bit of vertigo here. Fucking hell. Wind. Can't really see it with the wide angle lens, but there's some wind power energy going on over there. Hallo. Danke. Guten Tag. Sorry. Oh yeah. Thank you. What a great view. We can see a lot of the Roar Valley. Whew. We're not even at the top. Let's just keep it trucking, sorry. I'll chat when we get to the top. Just want to make sure I don't fucking creel myself getting up there. Okay, we've reached it. Wow. So these big wheels here would have transported a lot of heavy duty coal from the bottom, brought them up to the top. I think it was a washer here or something, it said. And here we have sites. The Church of Bovinghausen. Kraftwerk Schloven. It's a Catholic church. The Catholic Church is over there. It's kind of a monolithic kind of thing. But then there's about 4 or 5 other churches that are probably Protestant. In the distance we can see a smokestack and about 6 or 7 wind power in the distance. I wonder how much this is, or if it even works. Wow, it works. It works without even a fucking coin going into it. You just see that. If I can put that there, hopefully you can see this. Tell me there now in the check, can you see a windmill?
Thanks for the tip.
Can you see a windmill there, lads? Great. Let's point this at something else. Let's point it down at the entrance where we came in. Now, can you see some fellas? They're just coming in, those guys. A lady as well. We'll point over at the apparently the Catholic Church. Let's have a look at that. Let's see if we can get anything else here. I'm going to show you the smokestack in the it's not a smokestack, it's a big old power station. One sec. Wait, do you see this now? Big old power station in the distance. Can you see it? Don't think you could see that. Bit of blur, okay. Lower the camera, okay. Fuck. Tell you what, I'll just have a little look here on the live view so I can, of the YouTube, see what the live is going out. And then, very scope, it's like a bloody scope from a sniper scope or something. It's blurry. Can't really see it, can you? Pure blur. How come I was getting good visuals on the other stuff, but that was a waste of time. Okay, if you've just joined, let me just finish with a good visual so there's no wasted people thinking this was a load of old shite. Oh, we get a good visual on. A bit of detail on the building. Yeah, it's actually shite. Sorry about that. I'm just looking back on the YouTube feed there, and it's actually shite compared to what I can see with my eye. Wow. Wow. Dortmund. We can see Dortmund. Just I'm not going to bother because it could be rubbish. Be another 5-minute lashed. We can get down to it. The final building, just in the periphery, the edge of the fucking complex. We can get down to that building, and we'll have a bit of time left to see it. 5 minutes left. Let's go. The buildings close at 6. We don't want to get locked up here for the night. Thank you very much, Anaconda Jeezy. Back in Das Hiese. Mit das Fortwizi, ja? Go Bells, thank you very much. Heron and Blue Sky. Hot. When you get into this room, it's hot. Sorry about that burpage there. Find a bit of cool. Look at this structure here. The solid concrete, reinforcing the angle at which that steel girder, or a collection of girders or whatever welded together, is holding up that yoke that we were just on top of. Coal makes its way, direction through the pithead building exhibit. Coal up there, then it comes up there, then it goes down there, out there, and then enter there maybe. Just an idea, I'm not sure. He's locking up, your man's locking up, he was waiting for us to go. Let's get into another building before they tell us to fuck off. This is where you'd wash. You'd have to wash in the showers afterwards. So doesn't work anymore. Look at the lung damage. The damage to what these poor workers had to suffer. The crazy medicines that were dished out to them by Bayer. There was no health and safety. It was just, can you do the job? And if you can do it, do it. If you don't, you're fired. That was it. There was nothing. There was no time off, paid holidays. There was no leave or anything like that. It's fucking hard work. Otto von Bismarck, thank you very much. That's the standard. Look at that. Fucking no knee pads, no nothing. And look, that's what had happened to your fingers. You just have 2 fingers left at the end of it. Wow, look at all the springs and sprockets and everything there. And something a bit ominous when you see just like big messages written on walls in that kind of font. Something very ominous about it. What the hell was going on here? It says something like frolic-free Sportunterricht. Sport something. Maybe they're saying that sport brought a lot of the workers together, and you even look at the soccer teams, maybe over here, but as well as in England and whatnot, they might have, a lot of them started from just workers' factories and things like that, you know, and then developed then into the monumental fucking global behemoths that we see nowadays, so far removed from what it actually started and what it actually represented. Which is why when you hear about the boys starting a fucking European Super League, Klimcrew, thank you very much. I'm sure you'd be liking this sort of stuff now, Klimcrew. A man with discerning historical taste such as yourself would definitely blanch at the sight of a 3-second Hopfner Bruck machine. And look at this. This is like an old cinema machine or something. Wow. And look at that. Ominous iconography. And then look, this would tell the projectionist or projector or whatever his name was how much reel was left, giving you an indication of when to change the fucking the beamer or the reeler. Here we go. I suppose what we're witnessing here now is the wealth that was generated and spread around the locality, and that created a different kind of town, you know. It brought all its sports and cinema and all that sort of stuff. Workers' iconography as well. The hammer and the pick, the hand of friendship. I'd say now, if you look into it in Dortmund, possibly, even that football club probably started from stuff like this, miners and shit like that. And those boxing gloves there, look at those compared to nowadays gloves. How different they are. There's a hanging tram in Dortmund like Wuppertal. We've just got news on that from Otto von Bismarck. Thanks very much for the tip. We might be checking that out. Actually, there's no might about it. We will be. Squeeze box. So there's a bit of a look of the die, you know, where it's cast and where you're born and where your family are from and all that. They might have been born in an area where there was good economy generated by the working and all that. But we've seen some of the negative sides of it as well, lung damage and health problems and things. Just still goes on to this day, you know, when there's the unending need and desire to fucking just create more wealth, do more business, make more. It kind of overlooks the more meaningful sides of life, maybe, you know. But I seen over when we were across the border in Holland the other day, there's a football team up north called Roda. I think it's Kerkrade or something. They're a coal mining company, coal mining club. They came from coal mining as well. So even in Limburg, you had a lot of this stuff. Look at this hilarious German television stuff. Frühstück.
Hallo, boy. Hallo.
wir nicht mal zusammen im Lager? Flüchtlingslager? Ja. Mensch, Harry, bist du es wirklich? Was machst du denn hier? Du, gleich kommen meine Eltern. Warte mal.
Wow, look at that. Some pace on this.
Das ist Harry. Ihr kennt ihn doch. Lernst du auch auf dem Pütt? Lernt? Ich bin doch nicht verrückt. Ein guter Job, ab und zu genügt mir. Aber das verstehen Sie doch nicht. So. Meinen Sie?
What are they on about? Hilarious stuff. I think that was a coal-based sitcom. And it just goes to show the Germans, they had it in them. Even when a lot of the times people were saying, oh, there's no sense of humour in them or anything like that. That looked hilarious. Look at this. Wow. In times past, men filed through the auditorium of the coal mining plant, ready for work. Another day's labour, another day's pay. The reward, safety. Physical safety. A house over the head, food on the table, family fed. There's the sound of the bells. That's time for us to exit this house. I can see a door closing there, just in the distance. Kind of a special time, an eerie time to arrive. Look at this mechanical dog bowl. Wow.
Thanks for the tip.
Thank you very much, Nedzer. Thanks, Tommy. Today's stream is fierce value. You also have coal on your nose. Shit. Yeah, sorry. I was just testing out the purity. I wanted to test out the purity of the coal, according to the German purity laws of 1912. These doors are being closed fierce quickly now. The sound of the bells suggests that we need to move at pace as well. We've seen industry. We didn't get to see it all. But actually, if you combine the industry we saw earlier on, I'm quite actually happy with the amount of industry that we have covered. It wasn't a fucking... Sorry about the swearing. It wasn't a whole day of industry. But it was enough to really get the mind going. Really think about how far we've come, because the likes of that's in the past. It's a past relic. And bloody good job as well. The places like this exist still to show us how hard things were, and maybe how hard they could actually potentially get if we lost all sense of human decency and forced everyone into these little pens to do such things. I suppose in 100 years' time we might be walking around museums of offices. This was a former office block, and people used to work in these rooms and whatever. But we didn't know at the time that it was doing so much damage. And it will have moved on. It won't be lung damage anymore. It'll be something to do with the mind or the body or something like that. But probably not in 100 years, because it seems to be actually quite not as bad for the health as this kind of crack was, you know. Can you imagine the amount of coal dust inside your windpipe? What that would have done to you. You would have got ill. And you would have started to fucking have hallucinations and ruminations, and it would not have been nice at all. The mind would play ultimate tricks on you. Incredible to see. I'd love to know some more of the history. Like, was it all a kind of... Did this come about before Hitler times? Or it seems to be it was, but then it got co-opted. You know, because they did a lot of industrial sort of stuff before they kicked off and started killing everyone. They were building roads and doing all sorts. And then there's a cafeteria here, but it's quite a few families and whatnot here. I'm not going to start filming their business. We could just have a sit down here actually for a moment. Sit down underneath this thing here, get into a bit of shade. Just bear with me. I'm not sure if I'll be served here, but I might be served something if they come out. They might not think I'm part of the action because I'm sat out underneath. It's actually a nice way to just sit down and relax after the tour. Underneath one of those structures that we were just climbing up there not too long ago. Let me just check here and see if the stream is still going. Sorry about that. So it's 15:06 Castlebar Standard Time. You can see me, great stuff. Niall O'Connor, how are you? Yeah, I got it wrong when I said cock earlier on. It's actually Kroner or Kron, which is crown or king. Not king in German, because king would be Kaiser, but Kron. The beer is called Kron, which is a very popular German name anyway. You do see it on a lot of trucks, big flatbed lorries, as well as Schmitz. But Kron is the name of the beer. I got it wrong. I don't know where I got cock from. Still going, yeah, great stuff. Yeah, there was no cock beer drank, and fingers crossed now, no beer today, you know, because so it kind of puts the kibosh on other things. And after an unbelievably unprecedented tour and foray into the former industrial heartland of Germany, feels as though it might really be a letdown to start hitting the Kron early like this. There was a great tour on anyway. There's a massive gang of people actually in the restaurant. I'm not sure I'll have anything to eat, but I'll definitely get a drink or something, beverage, if they're going to offer us that. But if it's another 5 minutes, we'll just get on the bus into town. And Bochum, I'd head there now if it was maybe 3 o'clock. I would have head to Bochum or whatever it is, but maybe best save that till tomorrow or something, you know. But it looks as though that place, small as it was a big time colliery or whatever you call that, coal mining community, and it prospered very generously. Now I kind of know what the secret is to some of these towns in this part of the country. Why they're also kind of well planned and maintained and built is because there's a shit ton of cash came out of the ground and it filtered through into the locale. So everywhere you go, it kind of looks at, there's a bit of a toy town aesthetic to a lot of the places here. Like if you think about it, untold amounts of money coming into these small places, which probably were just tiny tribal villages for thousands of years before, And then, in the blink of an eye, well, more or less, historical terms, blink of an eye, it just becomes like the richest place on earth. At some stage in time, this was the richest, possibly the richest place on earth, this part of the world. But in other times as well, Portugal were the richest country on earth, you know. They're not even manufacturing. That was all, what was it? It was just like maritime economy and discovery and, you know, lots of stuff elsewhere that you didn't see, the people didn't see. It was all abroad, it was other places. Let me just have a look here now. There was a lot of conquest. Just see how are you getting on there, everybody. Any rollies? No smoking. Aaron Burke. Heckler and Koch. Brian J. says it was just a bunch of barbarian tribes 2,000 years ago, you know. And then all this, and everything that we take for granted as well. An explosion in the way things operated. And we're talking about busing. We're talking about what? We're talking about bendies, electric benders. I dream of electric bendy buses. We're talking e-buses, pure electronically powered machines that can carry tens, scores, 20s, hundreds of humans at a time. How do we get to that stage? It's a very fast turn of the fucking page in the whole book of history. You know, the rapidity of it, but it seems very still and slow at the moment. You know, when you're in the moment, not that much is happening, but it's happening very fast. 24/7 communication, non-stop working. Never off, always on. Emails, social media, updates, transfers, cash flow, communication, cargo, up the Rhine, down the Rhine. The Rhine is getting fucking droughted. Trucks, boats, you name it. It's all going, it's all happening. Even when you put the head to sleep at night, there's 1,000 more of you. For every person sleeping, there's 1,000 more working. We're losing the sleep. We're actually forgetting how to sleep. We're staring at a screen all day, even at the dark time when the sun goes down. That was nature's way of telling us it's time to fucking wind down now. But we've got the blue screen in the face, and that's keeping us awake at night. First thing is checking the updates of what we've got in the morning. The last thing at night is checking the updates of what we've got coming in and what the news is coming in. Kind of Pavlovian conditioning. Skinner and the boys. We're the perfect guinea pigs for a generation that doesn't even know what it's at or where it's going. All we know is to keep going and keep doing it the time they're telling us to do it. And everything that we've been that has brought instantaneous gratification and pleasure to life also has given us fucking headaches and insomnia nights. But I thought it was, I heard it, and I knew the news for years. I knew the till, but I was still addicted to looking at the phone. And it took a while, in the last month there when I was on the blackout, no drink, no smoking, no nothing. It was time to even give up the phone on a night, a couple of hours before bed, no screens, no nothing. Resulted in some of the best nights sleep in my life. And that wasn't even, physical exertion wasn't even necessary in the day to fucking wind down on a night. What was necessary was just the mind and the mind alone, with your thoughts, eventually turning into a kind of a dreamlike state. Do you know that just before you fall asleep? And you might catch yourself and you're like, was I asleep for an hour there? Like, was I dreaming that? Or you're listening to something, like a podcast, and then you're just about falling asleep and you wake up and you're like, what? And you're like, I'm still listening to this, but it's as if that's the first words they've said in like 20 minutes. Was there just a gap then or something? But that's what you need. You just need no light in the eyes, and you need to darken the room, make it cool. Plenty. Don't eat a couple of hours before bedtime, and you're grand then. Get your meals in during the day. Don't forsake the meal for the bloody work or for the party lifestyle or anything like that, because the meal is the best thing that you can be putting in the body. It's pure regenerative stuff. I go as far as to say the falafel kebabs in those kebaberies, the imbusses around here, they'll stand to you more than any pints or anything like that will, because at least there's a bit of sustenance, and they still cram a lot of vegetables into them. There's a fair old scalp of fucking lettuce and tomato, whatnot, like, you know. These guys are not taking my order. I don't think they want me here. Or if I might have to try and flag them down. In fairness to them, there's a lot of people at this restaurant, so I mean, we can't really assume they come over to me. And I'm just a man on my own, talking to what looks like I'm talking to a bag. Boom Boom 43 says, remember to turn off the fridge at night. Hide the alarm clock. I'm talking to a bag, but there's viewers inside the bag. The bag whisperer. There's ants on the table. I think we'll move at pace. I just needed to take the weight off the legs for a little bit anyway. Because I get the feeling that they'd really charge you a nice bit of fucking industry tax on the beverage here at this place. And we seen in the factories over yonder, look, big windows. I'm sure the big windows in this restaurant as well, because they can see you coming. They think you're going to pay nearly a fiver for a fucking pint. We'll get out of here, we'll get to a kiosk and we'll get a fucking Jimmy Rattler. Eh? Straight onto the bus into town. No problem. Thank you very, very, very much, BiPAT, for your liquid loadout. An incredible liquid tip. Incredible, merciless, and astounding. And does Francis have Twit? Thank you very much. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him when I get back. I think he used to have it, but he's just not arsed with... It's like when he had Bebo first... got bored of it. When he had Facebook, got bored of it. When he had Twitter, got bored of it. Eventually, as is the way with all the socials, just becomes an empty time sink, you know. This is the Eiffel Tower of Germany. The Stiefel Tower. Built by Gerhard Stiefel back in the days of Bebo. Nedzer, thank you very much. Go in here now. Just 1 sec, lads, and I'll get the bloody... we'll walk out of here. We need to send in an airstrike. Peanuts and crazies. Peanuts and crazies. Peanuts and crazies. a nice thing. It would bring jouse and girders, sleepers, you name it. Mini transporter on rails. Thanks very much for the tip, lads. Very, very kind of you. I'm not going to hop on that. No way. We can make our way down here now. It's the restaurant over there behind me. It's a busy situation, really. But I have the 2-litre bottle of water, and that's just really all you need. If you sit down for 5 minutes, get a bit of water into you, that's all you need. It's not really... if you've got a big feed there earlier on, so... Thanks for the soup and sandwiches and a cup of coffee then. But the reason I didn't start off in your Maz today was because when I got there, it was only a small selection of stuff, and if I can't replicate what I want, which is a nice wedge of stuff from your Maz, it's going to make them look not as good. And I'm really on a mission as well now. The mission parameters have changed from exploring tour, the transportation and the industry, to also trying to boost the sales of your Maz. Because I feel in my own way I can help them. If I can repay some of the kindness and gratitude they showed me, that would ease my conscience with the whole Your Maz wallet fiasco. What a lovely light pole that is. A beautiful, beautiful building as well. I think we exit through this way now. Horses under starlight, thank you very, very much. One last look at the layout there. It's really nice. There's a lovely peaceful serenity about it. Just quickly see if I can read anything, if there's any stuff written in English here. A lovely crow has just landed on the ground in the distance there. You might not be able to see it, but if you're 1080p, and you probably are being able to see that crow. Crow bangers, Joe. Tag checkers and shops, steward's office. First aid and medical centre. Look at that contraption. What they were using on that fella. The pay room, magazine, pit head bath, lamp room. Sure, we were in there. We didn't get to see... Oh yeah, we were in the bathroom. That was the bathroom, look. All that stuff hanging from the thing. Jesus, fucking a bit ominous as well. Do you know, when you see bathrooms and fucking mass, do you know, bathrooms for a lot of workers, and then you'd think that then you saw these things were 1940 and all that kind of stuff, and it was around the same time that they fucking did the damage. The same structures and technology that was being used to fucking get coal out of the ground and then power the economy and build all sorts of stuff, those same structures and technologies then were used for fucking genocide. So it's like, you need to really beware of strangers bearing gifts. And you've got the people the technocrats nowadays, who are pushing for pure connectivity, door to door, never leave your home and always get deliveries, and then we're going to fucking power you to Mars and you're going to go through this, that and the other. It's all well and good, but what happens when those infrastructures fall into the fucking wrong hands? That's all. And Oh yeah, and when you look at the situation here, where we like to think that we are in Europe, oh yeah, we made all this stuff, yeah, blah blah blah. But it's the same bloody Europeans that then fucking utilised it to genocide. That's a simplistic view of everything now. And don't take my word for it, sure, I'm not even an educator. I'm more of a bus innovator, you know, with a few choice words sprinkled on the side as well. I can't wait to get back onto the buses. This has been such an enlightening trip that I can't really fail to see how Bus Slugéireann is not going to benefit from the rules learnt and the lessons taught from this. Look, we're in the immediate vicinity, all the big houses here. People have lived in there, the station masters have lived in there. If walls could talk, what would go on and what would they say? There's something eerie about it. I keep saying it. It's just the quietness of it now. And you know what was going on in the past with a lot of noise. Company housing. See, the people who are at the top of the pyramid, the managerial class or whatever, and the people who ran the company, they'd live in these big, gorgeous houses built just for them and their families. I imagine the workers would probably come through, would walk down here and they'd be clocking in there at the entrance. And they'd see all this stuff, like, you know, and it would probably be like, yes, we can do this if we work hard enough. We'll probably get to this level as well. Lovely houses. Probably listed now, no, there'd be nobody living in them or anything like that. But they would fetch a pretty penny if they were on the market. I'd say they're giant. They were probably built using the best techniques and methods as well. And this obviously didn't get bombed because it's still here. And Dortmund was another city that got done in as well during the war. That's where we were. The Kokkari Hansa was where we were earlier on, except they were doing a bit of industrialisation on the place themselves. They were actually improving it. So we couldn't see all of the place, but when I was there, she told us to go to this place, so it was a nice day, actually. Now, I just get back to Dortmund via bus or tram. I might take the tram, actually, just to show you the tram scenario, because it's overground for most of the town, and then once it gets in, it's right underground. You're into these lovely underground stations. Industrial Zollern. The only thing is, we've gone too far out to realistically take that scenario. So what we can do is take this 462, and that would take us all the way back 17 stops, if I'm not mistaken. Have a look here. Huckard Busshoff was where we got on. Let me see now. Let me just check the time plan here. So yeah, we can get back to Huckard Busshoff, and then you can get on the tram from there. So we'll be double transportation right now. One moment there, folks. Let me check the map here and see how we get back to Busshoff. Huckard Busshoff. Huckard. Hook our bus off. Minutes. We've 10 minutes. We've 10 minutes. We get time for a quick drink. Quick Coca-Cola or something, a soft drink or something. Really impressed with the 4G infrastructure of the Ruhr Valley in Dort around to have been very well connected. Haven't read any complaints in the chat there about the signal dying. Just goes to show you Germany has it connected. The connection's up and running. Wasp went into the face. You see this now. Get a Coca-Cola here. Spritzig. Hello. Just this, please.
1,90 €.
Dankeschön. Dankeschön. Bye bye. Bye bye. A bit of spritzing. We get a little bit of spritzing into us. And I believe there's another bus stop down here. So we can stop it up. We don't want that 462 to evade us. So just get another bit of a run on. Get a jump on the bus. Down here, time for a little bit of spritzing. The Spritzig by Christianen. Natural mineral water. It's bio, it's organic. I think I can hear a bus. It's an SUV. I think it's a militaristic. It's not Ford Ranger or Raptor or whatever. Covered in dirt. I thought it was camouflage. You forget we're nearly out into the sticks here, actually. Even though a lot of the Roar Valley, it's heavily industrialised, but there's probably countryside on the side of that hedge. There's probably cows or something. I still have the nose camouflage on, right? I just rubbed the tip of my snout off my arm there to try and get rid of some of the dirt. Which I do have tissue somewhere, one sec. But it's probably just made my nose very red now. I probably look like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And that actually might be very kind or very unkind to Rudolph if you're watching. I'm not particularly sure whether or not I would be considered aesthetically pleasing amongst ye reindeer folk. But I have to tell you, you do a great job every year helping Santa Claus deliver all those presents. And fair play to you for being able to fly as well. And not fly away in your downtime, because if I was a flying reindeer, I'd have fucking long gone. I'd have long gone. And I wouldn't be turning up to gaffs and leaving stuff. I'd be turning up to the gaffs, fucking taking a scalp of stuff. I wouldn't have the heart for robbery, for burglarization. I suppose I'd just be happy with the fact that I could fly. That would be the main thing, you know. I wouldn't use that power for evil then. I hope. I really hope. There's a frightening thought. Thank fuck the Nazis couldn't fly. I'm sure they actually probably would have loved to. Flying Nazis. It would be like the Flying Doctors. But like a horror version of them. Judging by some of the scale of the technologies, they probably had people trying to fucking manufacture human propulsion airborne devices, you know. But the power of flight had only just started getting going at that stage anyway, like. Coming to the fore, like. Attack planes. Messerschmitts versus Spitfires. Fokkers. That's the 462 Bendy going the way that we arrived. With a bit of luck, that 462 should be coming our way right now. Nothing like a bit of spritzing, and I feel great for it as well. I feel great for not succumbing to the power of the beastly Rattler. I'm not trying to be all virtue signaling, but it can be very easily slipped into in this place, because it seems to be just like really well tolerated that you go into a shop. It'd be like going into Spar, getting an ice cold beer out the fridge, and there's always a selection of lovely ice cold beers. There's loads of them, and then you buy it and they pop the top off the fucking bottle at the cash register, and you can start drinking it as you're leaving the shop. You can drink it in the shop. They tolerate you drinking outside. And I've yet to see a situation, one of those, where it feels like you're in a dodgy environment. Alright, maybe last night in Dortmund there's an air of dodginess around a city centre kind of kiosk shop, but it wasn't palpable, you know. There was just a suggestion there, and you could take measures to try and, you know, protect yourself. A lot of awareness checking and whatnot. It didn't feel like it was a fucking dodgeball. Look at these lads, cyclists in the Roar. Father and son, 2 generations going out on the road, pumping the cogs, turning the wheels. And you had a lot of flat. This valley out here probably produces a lot of good cyclists, because there's a lot of flat in the middle of the valley. And then obviously into Holland, Sure, they didn't invent the bicycle. Maybe they did, but they fucking made it. They mightn't have invented the game. They might have invented the fucking contraption, but they fucking revolutionised the game. We're waiting for this bloody 462. A behemoth on wheels. There's no way you can get your cock top popped off in Dublin. Well, the thing is, I don't know if you heard me earlier on, I did make a mistake there. The beer in Dortmund is called Kron, not Cock. I don't know where I got that from. Though I did see the German defender Robin Koch play a full match there the other day, and maybe it's just stuck in the brain. I've got a bit of a cock block brain now where I can't think of the actual term, but cock is then substituted into it. It's Koch. Don't want anybody thinking this is just some sort of foul-mouthed fucking cock-ridden rant. It's not that at all. Wondering where the bloody hell this bus is. Oh yeah, I think I can see it in the distance, lads. It's a 462. 462. We're gonna take that baby all the way down to fucking Huckard bush off. Let's get the mask out. Put the hand out. The bloody bus stopped then for a moment. Sorry about that. The bus stopped. Look at that lovely countryside vista. And I was stood at the doors there thinking, oh, these are going to open. They didn't. You have to push a button to open them. And I found out to my detriment yesterday that the trams do not stop in certain areas unless you tell them to stop. So I was having to get off trams at different stops, walk around. It added more time to my journey and inability to stream yesterday because of a lot of time lost. And I cut down on trying to stream the actual comings and goings on the train connections, just because they are overcrowded and packed. I can live with that though, you know. I said to a few people in Berlin when they asked, what are you doing here? I said, €9 ticket, man. €9 is the best thing ever. It's the best thing since sliced bread, you not think? But a lot of the people say, overcrowded though, isn't it? A lot of trains missing their appointments though, yeah. And I said, yeah, but it's still, there's always going to be a connection, you know, another 10 or 15 minutes later. And if you're trying to travel and you've got that in your mind, that's grand. But if you're a regularized citizen of Germany, you'd probably be annoyed at it if you can't go somewhere right on time. But I'm used to travelling on a bus from Ballina to Dublin, and how long that is and how bumpy the road would be as well. And just, I don't mind at all being on these comfortable trains. Even if I haven't got a seat, I'll stand or I'll sit on the ground, you know. Do they check for scum in Germany? No, as of yet, I haven't seen any, only on the trains. And if they want to check now, I just show them the €9 ticket. So I have absolutely no worries about me. And it's great. It's fucking sound. It's the way transport should be, you know. Just get on, hop off. Don't worry about getting the coins ready or any of that kind of stuff. Just get out and do it. Larkin says you got caught scumming by the police. Why was it a €9 scumming, or what were you doing? Was this before the €9 ticket came in? I still have to pay my wallet finder's fee. So I need to get into a bank tomorrow maybe and get that done, you know. Otherwise the Schengen boys will be riled up. Teresa Carmody, thank you very much, Teresa Carmody. Look at that, another old workhouse. Halfway to our destination now, and then we transfer to tram once we get to our final destination on the bus. We're never going to get 100% completion on the side quest. Go to Dusseldorf and get something. Go to House of Lidl and get more drip. Nothing little about it. Niall O'Connor, please don't be getting my hopes up here, but is there or is there not a Lidl tracksuit? Or is that just something out of a fever dream? The thing is, you could sell those socks, Lidl socks, on eBay probably for more than you bought them for in Lidl. Because they carry a kind of a kitsch value to them. I'd say the same with a tracksuit. Weren't they selling Lidl trainers, Lidl shoes, or fucking... There's Lidl work gear, there was Lidl leisure wear, there was Lidl trainers, runners, work boots. Fella getting on here with it. He's got a great kind of Zimmer with step and bags and everything on it. Yeah, sorry, Richard Hume. I'm not. I was talking about those socks unworn. I'm not that weird. Like, I wouldn't be selling worn socks for a mighty price. Then you never know. Maybe the price is right. But actually, nah. It's sick. I just seen a sign for Fenerbahce there, like a Turkish team, but it was like a Fenerbahce Dortmund sign. Jude Bellingham there, the Borussia Dortmund kid, the Eintracht Frankfurt goalkeeper, and I'm not sure about the fella in the middle. Don't know what team that is, but advert for the Bundesliga there. Kieran Trippier, thank you very much. I hope you're getting on well. Did you see my cracker? I was just about to say some strike of the ball that was the other day. Thanks very much. Did you see my cracker of a free kick at home to Chelsea last weekend? Picked that one out, Tommy. Was Newcastle playing Chelsea last weekend? They were playing Man City the weekend, and unless you scored a fucking firecracker free kick against City as well as against Chelsea. But sure, Chelsea were playing Spurs the week before, so they can't, unless that was just a typo on your part. Maybe you had the Leeds Chelsea game on the mind, but you had Trippier on the tongue. On the Trippier tongue. I've Kieran on the trip of me tongue. Thank you very much. Kieran Trippier just chimes in with your kind, thoughtful and very, very much loved tip, and also attaches the message, F me, you're right. I wasn't going to say the actual word out loud on the bus in case there's any, and indeed there are quite a few English speaking people in Germany, so wouldn't want to be effing and jeffing. Well, I've probably been saying worse now, just was talking to myself for the past 10 minutes at some stage. I thought that the match itself, where you scored that goal, was probably the most entertaining match of the weekend, and followed closely by Leeds' demolition of Chelsea. And then I enjoyed last night the outcome of which I was going to be happy either way, really. In the end, I kind of wanted it to be a draw, just so that both teams would come out of it with the least amount of points. I suppose the least amount of points was 0, so I always like to watch as a neutral, where you want things to go one way, and then after it's gone one way you want it to go another way, then just to see the saltiness and the tears of the people who had it in the bag, so to speak, thought they had it won. So when Liverpool got a goal back, I was hoping for the equaliser, and maybe even a Liverpool winner right at the dying breath, just at Old Trafford, would have been very nice, considering all the fans that stuck around to watch the match. But fair play to them. Ballad of Bush Tour Slugs, thank you very much. And Silage, thank you very much. I hope you're getting on well, lads. See where we are now. I know it's actually the last stop, so I don't even have to check the map to see exactly where we are, so that's nice. Look at that for a pub, Jederman. And there was a grill, an imbiss, or Turkish kebab shop or whatever next to us. So they're mad for the kebabs. And look at the waste disposal units there. You have the plastic, you have the glass, and you have the general waste. Oh, you have the paper, sorry. Paper at the back, glass in the middle, plastic on the right. I could be wrong. Sorry. Paper on the left, clear glass in the middle, green glass in the far right. Crazy bit of business. Lovely organisational structure. Logical. The Logical Song by another famous German, none other than Scooter. I'm just guessing his German. Apologies if he's not. If he's Austrian, sorry about that. Didn't mean that. Lovely houses with a Toy Town-esque kind of structure and feel about them. Another kiosk with seating outside for a piss up. It's great to see the crane in the sky. Bit of building work. Lovely joists being put on there. Rejoice. I believe Sandra Joyce was involved in the construction of the building itself. Concept. I think I can see on the sign the 462 over there. If I'm not mistaken, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 stops. And then we transition to the transition. Now, it's all coming together. Are you doing a bit of transitioning? Are you doing a bit of transitioning? Yeah. The logical song was Supertramp from the album Breakfast in America. I understand that, yeah, but Scooter did his remix of the logical song. I'm doing a bit of mashkin, but it's not nice. It's very, very sweaty. It's hard to breathe. But I'm doing my bit for society, so I can feel really good about myself in that sense. But at the same time, it's fucking horrible. The only reason I know my trans, is because Francis has the head wrecked off me playing that shite. We've another big spinning meat stick over there. Tadim restaurant. Yeah, it's a fucking very, very hot scenario. Indeed. The leg is half asleep as well. So we have 3 stops left. Should be 3 stops away from the final. The big caboose. And then we'll get to take that tram right into downtown Dortmund. But it's the witching hour. So we don't really know what to expect in there. And whether or not the reception will be warm and welcoming. Sure it will be. It's obviously not a Berlin scenario where there's lots of stuff going on. I doubt we'll be sniped. But it's got its own little intricacy and its own personality, you know. It doesn't need to be a hustle bustle, big massive urban conurbation with a party town vibe and a cheeky atmosphere. Just needs to have nice open plan streets, a great selection of trams and buses connections, a few places to get a sausage, a couple places to get a beer, a screen for the football if there's a match on. And that's all I need, really, to be enjoying my life. That really is all I need. The lifestyle is great. Caters for a lot of needs. The waste is recycled. And it feels as though there's a general cheaper kind of vibe to the cost of living. But then there's elements that were more expensive, as I was saying, the early days of the trip. Paying for a data plan for the mobile phone is scandalous, to say the least. But at the same time, maybe you're getting what you pay for, because when you buy it in Ireland, it's connection last. Then over here, it feels like you've got full-on 4G scenario most places you go to. What do you say about Tommy Coyne accusations about it being a Ponzi scheme? Look, all I'll say is, whatever happened, happened. And I'm very, very sad if it happened in a bad way. And that's all I can say. You need to get yourself down to your local Sanitas house. Sanitats. And fucking orthopedically sanitize your feet. Big time. Because you're not taking into account the amount of dirt that your feet encounter on a day in, day out basis. And you'll be left with a Furabend if you don't fucking get your feet seen to. And can you imagine the amount of COVIDitis that your foot attaches itself to and stamps on day in, day out? You've COVID on that footwear of yours. Probably on the balls of your shoe as well. The ball of your heel. The ball of your foot. So you need to wash. You need to fucking exfoliate and sanitize. Got one more stop here now. Issues with Tommy Coyne were mostly the fault of Skoptak. Look lads, there was a lot of people that were giving out about Tommy Coyne and what had happened and was it good, was it this, was it that. It was what it was. And it is what it is. It still could happen, it still could have another day. Every dog has its day. And that Coyne was a very well-fed beast. 2 butcher's chum meals a day. Sack of treats in between. A little well-rubbed tummy. And if not 2, 3 walks. Twice around the block and once to the park. It was a healthy beast until it wasn't. And a lot of people came down on me like a ton of bricks. Tommy, you're a Ponzi scheme operator. Ponzi man. Ponzi Tommy, someone said. Tommy Pons. Tom Pon. Tom the tampon, someone said. And I said, that's not even a fucking play on words. You're just calling me a tampon. I said, it doesn't matter, Tom. You're in the pond. 1 in the pond for 2 in the Tom, someone said. I said, that's just sexualized nonsense. And it only serves to make me look foolish because you're making sexualized innuendos against me. And they don't care. When it gets to that stage, when you get down to that level of discourse, someone's calling you a tampon, it's best just to walk away because no one's gonna fucking... it's not gonna actually pick up and become Gore versus Vidal or whatever that film was about the 2 fucking lads debating. Vidal Sassoon.
No.
Tommy Bluster. No, we're here. It's time to transition now onto a fucking tram stop. Just make sure I didn't leave anything behind me there. I definitely didn't. No, I didn't. Yeah, the discussion would only degenerate further if you were to fucking buy into that tampon crack. You'd end up fucking hurling insults and abuse, and you'd be like, oh, this is only just going to make me look stupid anyway. So, it's a kiosk over here. I don't want to fill up on water too much because I'll need to fucking hit the toilets, and there's no toilets on these trams. Thank God. Can you imagine the stink? Especially this time of year. So I might get a little snapshot there for Hookard bus off, where we're about to... There's a bus station in Hookard. We're about to get a tram. We've just transitioned. We're in the middle of transitioning at the moment, so... Yeah, a bit shaky until the next mode of transportation arrives, and I'm looking at the sign at the top. It says the U47 is 4 minutes away, and that's the tram we need to get. The bus stop was down there, and now this is where we get. And along those rails, those lovely tram rails, this bad boy would appear soon enough. Hooked. Our bus could do with a slap of paint. It could, yeah, but what I notice is the fact that, we do see the aesthetics of it. It does need a lick of paint. But do you know what? The top and bottom of it is, lads, they have something that needs a fucking lick of paint. Other places, they don't even have the thing that needs the lick of paint, do you know? Like, Imagine now the price this would cost a government to fucking come up with now. But because they did it back in the good times, when the country gets rich, you can see it's probably best they fucking put a lot of money into the infrastructure when they can. And just geography can be the fucking death of the fucking country as well. The place that you are might not have had the fucking good times. See, I'm just regurgitating the same shite I was talking in that bloody coal mining place. Dolores, thanks very much for the tip. I hope you're getting on well. But it's the luck of the draw, isn't it? Luck of the die. Like if that fella, that whatever that lad's name was, the great engineer from Dublin who came over here and he did the things for the boys over here, did he do coal mining projects in Ireland as well? Where were the coal pits in Ireland? Was there collieries around? It's not like Wales where you see a whole area that was just pure coal miners. I'm not sure. I've given you, thank you very much, Dolores Cal. I've given you €1. Now give me back my life savings. Tom Pon, someone's saying. Yeah, so I shouldn't have actually told you about that Tom Pon thing, because I've been sitting on that for fucking 2 or 3 months now since the crypto crash happened. And I was cornered one night uptown by a bunch of fucking angry cryptoids, let's just say. And they were saying, Tom, you fucking Tom Pon, and we're going to get you, you're Ponzi mash, or you Ponzi bastard. Tom, you fucking Ponzi bastard, yeah, we're going to fucking Ponzi you. I was like, running, I was like, fucking hell, what the fuck are they going to do? Get the fuck away. And one of them had a stick, but he wasn't using it to fucking hit me with, but he just had it there, like, as if to say, look, yeah, that's the business that we mean. It's like, fucking hell, lads, don't go fucking put money into fucking crypto, like, do you know what I mean? It's a fucking dodgy, it's not a fucking good gamble, do you know? It's not, can you follow the form? You cannot. You can't. There's no fucking 2:30 at Chepstow from last week. Or fucking Ken Mayer the week before. To check and see whether or not the coin was doing good then. I suppose you can look at a graph and a chart, but yeah, the things at play here are different to the racing. So you can't fucking expect Tommy Coyne to be doing well one week and then it to be fucking soaring high again the next. And here we go, look at this, Tommy Coyne or bust. Lovely bit of business. Incredibilistic bit of business. You guessed it, it's Dortmund, it's the Ruhr Valley, it's Total Transport. Let's get the mask on again now. Fuck, where do I put it? I love these trams, they're very 1970s. That's a quick look down there. And then we've got another tram driver right there. And look, there we go. Beautiful stuff. Relativity. Thank you very much there. Dahi Gormley, thank you very much. It says Bitcoinage Defence Fund. That's great stuff. And Michael Cannon, look at the timing. Off the bus, then a couple of minutes later onto the tram. Nice and smooth. I love it. I'm glad that you're noticing as well, Michael. This is what it's all about. A lot of me talking shite and filling time, trying to bridge up the gaps between these things. But at the end of the day, this is what we came to experience. This is why we're here. Nothing but pure transportational bliss. No excuses. That's where we just got on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the central station. We might get off here at Kamster or Stadtgarten or Rheinl Church and have a look, because there's another hall there. But we'll have a look at that. Sean Pellegrino. Somebody is singing, yeah. But I don't want to get too close.
Insterburger Straße. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung.
Senden sonra gözlüydü sen duymadın
Insterburger Straße. Insterburger. You can see some industry there, look, in the background. Now we're going under, we might lose a bit of coverage, we're going underground, guys. Really interested to see whether or not the coverage holds here. Up there. I'm not sure if it's going to hold. Pixelated, but it's okay. All good so far.
Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
I seen it went there and then it came back, but that was only a tunnel. I'd say we'll definitely go again in the underground. Kieran96, thanks very much for the tip. I hope you're getting on well, man. Well, Tommy, you say, what do you think of the new runway opening in Dublin Airport tomorrow? Let's have a look at this scenery first. Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, Kieran. I really didn't know that. And if I did know that, I probably would have come home sooner to be at the inauguration of it. But I'm very interested in it. And I'll be landing in it. Definitely on a simulation, but who knows, possibly we could actually go full reality on it. Actually, there was a lad who got in touch who is a fan of the Slug Aaron streams, and he says he's got his literal pilot's license for the Cessna, and he was saying, do you want to come up for a spin in the sky? I thought that would be amazing, but I'm not sure you'll be able to stream it because I'm not sure if the 3G or 4G carries into the sky. Hafen. industry. There's no, it's in the middle of the land, but like there must be docks, or I'm not sure it's on the Rhine up here. But there seems to be some kind of canal or dock system made. Probably canals that would bring you to the Rhine, and then the Rhine would take the coal then up and down the Rhine.
Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Going underground, guys. We could be losing touch. We could be losing touch very soon. Moonster. We could even go out to Moonster. Maybe tomorrow. I thought maybe Bochum. If I can go in Bochum, then I might have to stay in Dortmund another night. Or I could maybe go to Duisburg. Lovely station. Lovely breeze. Just wanted to perspective. Look, as far as I can, it might not even be going. You might not have even seen that at all. Still going. Can you just let me know if the stream is still going there, please? It'd be handy for me to know. Dad Garton. I think I lost you there, folks. I lost you. Look at that interesting seating arrangement here while you wait for the tram. Maybe just a little bit of tram underground appreciation here. Lovely exit there, Tramenstein. Very 70s style indeed, Michael Cannon. Am I still going there, lads? I can see the chat anyway, but I'm not sure if you're seeing the picture. But hopefully you saw some of the interior of the tram we were on. Some really nice 70s style on it. And just again, like, you don't really, when you think of cities, you would think, oh, Dublin is much bigger, a well-known city than Dortmund. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But Dortmund has this. It's pretty amazing, like, very kind of cyberpunk. Even nowadays, it still holds up well. Even if it is 70s style interior, it still holds up well. And it looks nice. And it's not graffitied, it's not stinking. Everything's very well kept and presented. There's no loitering or, fucking dodgeballers. But every city does have dodgeballers in it, though. There's a lot of respect, is there? This lovely exit entrance area to the station here. It's nice. It's something I like. Do you get what I mean when I say everything's Toy Townistic? It's like looking at fucking Postman Pat Town or Thomas the Tank Engine sort of town. Everything's kind of. These aren't big international cities, but they've got the infrastructure that some big international cities don't have. That's what I wanted to say. I was trying to pull out comparisons of, say, Dublin, this and that. But I mean, it's interesting. It's a nice scenario. I like it. There's a crying child there. It doesn't really. It's sad, really, because that kind of takes the shine off it. You know, the child is not crying because the state of the town. Probably because it just doesn't have its bottle or something like that. And I've seen this kind of, the working man statue. I've seen something like that, I think, over in England. The man with the keg, the man with the barrel. And I wonder if this is something that is just in every country or what. The beer Kutscher. Von Arthur Schultz Engels. Something in the Dortmund in 1978. Dortmund Brewery. Quiet enough. a couple of spires there in the background. We could follow them. It's a lovely building here, 1879. Renovated in 1986. Let me get on the Google here. I'll be able to give a kind of a interactive tour. Where are we now? Over here. And we are looking at the Dortmunder Berkeschur. Hundeplatz Stadtgarten. That's the Hundeplatz Stadtgarten there. Little green area for humans to relax in. This thing here is Friedensplatz, which is a town square in the middle of Dortmund, or near enough the middle of Dortmund. This building over here, interesting looking, with an old facade, and then you've got this new thing built into it as well, is the Bertzwaldhalle. Bertzwaldhalle. It's a city hall. I bet your bottom dollar that there's a paternoster in there, but we're a bit too late to be going in and looking for paternosters. But you can almost feel it, sense it, that they've got the paternoster going inside one of those. It looks the same sort of red brick layout. I'd say you've got a courtyard in the middle there for the comings and goings of vans and traffic and vehicular activity and whatnot, but you know when you enter something through this kind of facade here, there's probably going to be a staircase, an imposing staircase. Let's just guess. I bet you there's an imposing staircase when you go in. Yep, it looks exactly like Wuppertal. And can you see a patter over? Is there a fucking snifter of an old patter at all in there? I can't see anything myself, but I'd say you'd climb those stairs anyway. You might be pleasantly surprised with the pateristic pitter-patter of mechanical wonderment that only a paternoster can provide. So I'm just trying to get a bit of acoustic off the building here. Some lovely ornate fixtures, lads' faces with pigeon spikes on them as well. You might not be able to see the pigeon spikes with a small screen, but if you're 1080p and 60 frames per second, you're really seeing those spikes. Captain Morgan, an exemplary form of the Germanic condition, and not much else to see there. Let's have a look in here. Is there anything going on in here? Quiet enough. Just move on here. Tell you, if it was a little bit earlier, we'd have been inside this behemoth. But we were looking at the industry. That's a massive building now. That's the Bertzwaldhalle. Bertzwaldhalle City Hall. And you can see again the names of the ancient German, the heraldry of the German families, Lippstadt and Soest. Lippstadt and Soest. Important names. Remember those names. Write them down. Lippstadt, go ahead, take it down. Lippstadt, take it down. Soest, go ahead. Take that down. Take it down in your copybook. Go ahead. Thank you very much, Jukebox Connors. Hope you're getting on well. Having a nice Tuesday afternoon/evening, maybe. I'm not sure. It's getting into evening time. People are saying, "Oh, Dan O'Crunch just writes simply It's Rattler time. Wow. I've been doing so well all day. It's not even 24 hours since I last had that beer last night before I hit the pillow. I haven't even gone 24 hours, but wow. Just seeing that written out in text, it's Rattler time. I just don't want people to think, I've lost it. And then I obviously have not lost it wandering around talking to a camera in a fucking public place. But I still won't think, why do you think that I've lost it in terms of I can't control the intake of Rattler? Because I can. It's just hard, when you see it written there in text. And I know that maybe there's a chance that you don't think it's Rattler time. Maybe there's a chance that you think it's just a normal hour of the day. Let's let this guy walk by in case he's a fucking snake out. He's not a snake out, he's fine. Look at this. Sensual Audi. Look, I can fucking handle it. I can handle it. And if it's just one, it's just one. That's okay with me. There's a bottle opener on every doorstep. Yeah, look it. Let's just see what we can do about it anyway. We walk down here. Downtown Dortmund. Heavy into the heart of it. More ornate facial fittings on the Deutsche Bank. You know as well as I do, those guys have deep pockets. And they be in bed with everyone else, the FBI, the CIA, fucking Scotland Yard, Interpol, and Interpol the band. Actually involved in a lot of heavy covert fucking deep state work, as well as making some really good albums as well. Great pounding bassline driven fucking indie rock music as well. It's great stuff. It's good for the soul, great for the heart. Just one rattle is all it takes. Take me back to the Rattle House. Do you know what? I'm not gonna rattle it. I'm just gonna fucking go down to Starbucks here maybe and get a coffee or something. But the fucking thing is, I'd love to get a sandwich as well, but they'd take the eyes out of your head and come back for the lashes. Starbucks. If there's somewhere outside that you can sit down there that's nice and peaceful, which gives a minute, but I just think a little bit of sustenance and a little bit of boost, and then maybe just go and fucking release all that pent-up energy. Let's see. Cronin. That's the stuff, Cronin. Yeah, I think a caffeine hit. Maximum caffeine hit. Then I'll just tighten up on the bag and we'll take it for a fucking... We'll go for a flyer. I think what we'll do is a bit of caffeine, tighten up the sack, then go for a flyer. Look at this here. Massive square full of people. A lot of outdoor drinking activity. Peaceful, relaxing. It's got a nice air about it. There's a lot of spirit, good community spirit, and people eating, fine dining. And probably would cost a bit of a pretty penny, but we'll see it in full flight at the moment. It's all well and good looking at it now, but we'll fly it in a minute. Industrial transport, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nice bit of air conditioning in here. It's really nice. Well, queue here. Nice beats. Chocolate chunk, chocolate chunk, chocolate chunk. We get a bit of Get a bit of chocolate chunk into us and a cappuccino. Have a chocolate chunk cookie. A chocolate chunk cookie and a cappuccino. Copyright beats, okay, yeah, you're right. What do? I don't want to turn it off. I'm feeling good though because it's air conditioned, you know. But I don't want it to get copyrighted. Fuck. Maybe if I keep talking to the beat like this, the chance of it being detected by the algorithm isn't as likely if it was just the beat itself. I try and order to the beat at the same time. How are you getting on? Can I have a cappuccino, please? Medium, please. For here, please. And can I have a chocolate chunk cookie?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That will be €6.88.
Thank you very much. Try and get all the coins out here. Oh, there's 5.30. Sorry, one sec. And there's another euro. And how much more do I need to give you there now?
Just...
How about another euro?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm okay. Thank you. Thank you. Very nice. I'd have to wait. I have to wait over here. Oh, Christ on a bike. Just gonna wait here and receive the coffee. Go over to a corner. Make sure the camera is well strapped up for what will possibly be a flying tour of Dortmund. Willie Harold, thank you very much for the tip. Hope you're getting on well, lad. Wallet check. The thing is, thanks for reminding me about the wallet check, lads, but I don't need to. I was just using change there, so the wallet is there. So I wasn't getting the wallet out. And I've definitely stopped using the wallet as much now since the Urmaz debacle / fiasco. But yeah, it's nothing on the little coffee hut of Tullamore. It definitely isn't. It definitely is not. It's a nice Starbucks, it's air conditioned, and you can sit inside it, but it's just not the little coffee hut. You can imagine what the little coffee hut, the business that place would do. The amount of intrigue and interest it would generate if it was fully equipped to branch out as a bloody franchise. Starbucks would have some awful competition on their hands if that's the case. Any relation to Java the Hutt? Java the Bean. So I'm just making sure the camera is okay here. I put the cloth somewhere, I can't remember. I seen it earlier on, I don't know where to put the bloody cloth. Must remember to put my bloody phone away as well. You leave your phone out in the pocket, it could fucking burn through, or have the torch on, it could be burning through a lot of battery. Just waiting for this coffee. Waiting for this cappuccino to drop. It's gonna be some amount of caffeine. It's gonna be It's going to be a lovely caffeine boost. Torch check. The Mbappuccino hasn't made it. The Mbappuccino hasn't made it to Germany yet. But I'd seen a great goal from kickoff there the other day. I think it was Messi over the top ball to Mbappuccino. Mbappuccino took it over the keeper straight in the net. First, second. Great bit of business. Thank you. We'll take that. Thank you. We'll leave that there. It's hard with the wrist. It's hard with the wrist. It's nice now. I've got a nice setup. Oh, we're right under a speaker, so that could mean there's a bit of dodginess with the bloody copyrighted beats, but if I sing over the talk to you at the same time, it could fuck the algorithm right in the right way so it won't F the stream. Got to make sure I keep filling in the time. It's gonna be hard when I've coffee on my mind. I need to eat the cake, the custard and the cream, so we don't get DMCA'd in a takedown dream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I got a fish alive. 7, 8, 9, 10. Back to number 1 again. Cookie's nice. It tastes really good and sweet. It's really gonna put some spring into my feet. It's time to get out after we've done this job. Hopefully we don't get taken down or copyrighted like a schlob. Nice. Hopefully they turn it down for the next one or they turn it off altogether. We're taking our time now. Have you seen the stream? It's the best you've ever seen? Question mark. We're going for a run. Hope that you can come along on the run. Sidestepping DCM Hun. I want to break it down right now. I want to break it down right now. I want to break this down. Copyright fools, you're never gonna see me. You think I'm a tool? It's never gonna happen. You play your beats when I'm walking in the streets. Think I'm gonna get DMCA'd? You might as well get down to the YCA with the lads who are working in the steel pit. They play hard too. Yo, that's not my crack. That's their crack. I was in a workhouse earlier on. You should have seen it. It was cool. We've still got a bit to do. We're drinking the coffee beans. Do you know what that means? It's getting harder to fill in right now. Customers are beginning to stare. The staff are very aware. I bet hopefully the police won't be called. But I've done nothing wrong at all. I'm just trying to sidestep a copyright and avoid the music that's shite. Terrible lyrics, yeah. Did you see that stream? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you know what I mean? Did you subscribe to the channel before? Why don't you click subscribe? so you can see when I'm going live. I haven't got it. I need to get out of here. Sorry about that. Just gonna keep talking to fucking get over the copyright. Sorry. That's great. Could have just come out here, but the air conditioning was so nice. So the trade-off was that you get a lovely bit of air conditioning, but you have to fucking freestyle over some shit fucking song. I don't know if you've ever heard that. Did you miss me much? Did you miss me? Yeah. Terrible stuff altogether. Now I get outside and there are a few stairs, but it's not as bad as being in an enclosed environment like that. Hopefully now that doesn't register on the... Have I chocolate or soot, coal soot on my nose or what? Hopefully that doesn't register on the YouTube algorithm. They're bastards, aren't they? Fuck. Oh, Brian Coney, thank you very much for your tip. I hope you're getting on well. Get yourself a wee Weinstepper Hef Weissbier. I'm gonna stay away from the Weiss beer, to be honest. I wouldn't mind a bit of good advice beer, but I'm not gonna go near any Weiss beer. It's too strong for me, and it has it's not my kind of stuff, to be honest. I prefer the Pilsner or the Kronen. That's the name of the beer. I was saying it was Kronen. It's Kronen. Kronen, a good solid Irish name. And this is spelled with a KR, not a C. Oh yeah, the caffeine is good. Is getting very, very, very well regarded in my body system. Was that Craig David? Did you miss me much? Was that Craig David? Fucking hell, man. You need to rewind to select a Bose. You need to get back to the Bose Selecta. Because that new stuff isn't really lighting the fire. Look, I'm not into the drum and bass and the grime and the drill. But I know a tune when I hear one, and that's not great, Craig. Sorry to say. Look, you can take my advice. What have I ever created? I've never created any songs in my life. Just a man on the street. But I tell you, Craig, you need to pull your socks up. Probably spent too long in America. You know, it's too soft out there. Crazy bit of business. Absolute crazy bit of business. I'm looking forward to moving now in a bit. I get the feeling around here, though, that there could be a kind of fucking Chicago Bullock scenario. You never realise, because it's not as ostentatious as Berlin for fucking crackpots and weirdos. So I'd be sticking out a bit too fucking much, if you know what I mean. Rory Duggan, how are you? Thanks very much for the tip. Hope you're doing well. Ronnie Radler, thanks very much. That's nice. It's a nice tip, but I'm not going to go down Radler Street just now. Not yet. Oh, yeah. That's some really good stuff. And we've still got the bloody... this yoke from the... museum. Early 20th century electrical technology with the first electrical winding machine in history. That's the thing that we saw with the impressive marbleistic control power panel. So that's what that was, the machine hall. And even though it was very airy and a lot of the space wasn't utilised, I still enjoyed it. I thought it was the most impressive part of the tour for me was that fucking hall. Bring this coffee in and just get set up. I'll be 2 minutes, get the bag set up for a flyer. 1 second. fucking thing up. Mark Delaney, thank you very much, Mark. On Radler Road of an autumn day, I saw the creamy dew. Sounds very nice. I think we're good. No thrills. Oh yeah, need to tighten the straps, sorry. Just tighten these straps and we'll be off. Tin 3D, how are ya? Great stuff. Great stuff. Feeling nice. Feeling very flightful. This gaff sells Cronin. It's called Venkers. Dortmund. It's a sports bar. Lovely water feature. I don't know what this guy is. He's the town pipe man. He'd come into the town square of a Tuesday evening, get the pipes out and start giving them a blast down by the fountain. He's been replicated and iconicized there in a bronzistic display of affection. Cassava, good lad, cassava. Thanks for the tip. Get fucking seen. Make sure we don't get fucking seen. There's someone following us there. Gonna get fucking seen. But some lad there, hot on the step, hot on the trail. See if he's still following us. He's coming. We can see the fucker. Come on, let's get around here. He's running, look, he's running. He thinks we haven't seen him. There he is, look. Pretending. He's pretending, the cunt. We'll follow him now, the tables are turned. The dogs are after us. There he is, look. There he is with the bag. Bag on the back. Jimmy Flanagan. We won't follow him anymore because that's stalking. He's running again, look, he's running. We won't keep following him because that's stalking. But I tell you this, he was stalking us for a bit there. I think he copped on to what it was. And now he's gone as well. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it fucking going. Wow, it's a lovely church. Lovely church building here. Out in the dish. Water feature. Very nice. These lads, they're fighting. Go on. Two lads arguing with each other. One of them was going, "Yo, fuck off, yo." And then I was looking at the pigeons who were fighting. Five Guys. Have you ever been to a Five Guys? That's a beautiful church. Lutheranistic. More commercial shite up there. Bit of fucking dodgy business back there. It's very commercial, isn't it? It's not really doing it for me. Thanks for the tip, lads. Better get to somewhere a little bit more scenic. Thanks for the tip, big hairy ass. And fair play, Tommy. How's the nephew Francis getting on? We don't know. We won't know until all this shite is over with. We won't know. But thanks very much for the tip. Well, look, we'll get back to him anyway. We'll lash him for a while. We'll lash him, but we'll get back to him. Cassava, thank you very much. Shout out to the missus who's making me chops while I watch you. Thanks very much. And a big shout out to Cassava Glad's missus for making chops. Powerful, powerful situation he's got going there. A situation many men can only dream about. Getting made chops whilst watching a man fucking run around a town. Free waffing. Whoa, as I say waffing, I get the waft of a bit of fucking waffing somewhere as well. Smells unreal. Look at this. Fucking shotgun, man. 300 quid for a shotgun. Glockenspiel. Any problems, just whip out the Glockenspiel. I'm fucking keeping an eye trained down on that street there for any hullabaloozers who want to try and take it to the Tom, because I'm ready. And those lads don't look like they've got the pace. Glock bundle, look. Glock 17. Rubber bullets. They're only gas pistols, okay. I thought they were the real deal. What about those guys? Surely they can be modified to fire fucking bolts into someone's torso. Got an unbelievable... Yeah, we gotta get a move on there. There's a big lad trying to fucking follow us, I'd say. Let's get a fucking move on. I'm keeping an eye on him. He's a big cunt. But he's got too much fucking weight. He's carrying too much weight, the cunt. He's carrying too much fucking weight. That'll be used to you in a scrap. Nothing. When it's a game of cat and mouse, absolutely nothing. Let's see him. Down there. No, they've gone. They're fucking gone. Yeah, that's how you do it. He's over encumbered, and he was only wearing a vest. It's not like me the other day where I had fucking 15 kg. Probably 20 kg, I'd say. Probably fucking 2. But I mean, look, each to their own. Just because you've one style or setup or build doesn't mean... It's like doing a fucking character build in Fallout or fucking Elden Ring or something. It's just like there's different attributes and benefits from having those attributes as well. I don't want anyone shaming him for his size or anything like that, because it wasn't fat. A lot of it was just there was a bit of muscle there as well, But it would be no use when it's trying to fucking catch me when I've got Ninja Pro loadout Lightfoot as well. It's a great perk. There's a fucking savage waft of fucking Gangerino up there. I'm not gonna go up there. Continue going up there. I might get gangered. So we'll go down here and turn left. Check my face for coal. Is there still coal on my snout or on my nose? Keeping an eye out on things. Lens wipe, thanks very much. Super, Ted. That's the thing, I had the lens wipe with me. I don't know where to put it. I was going to use a bit of tissue here, but that's not a microfiber. Hopefully it doesn't do anything to damage the fucking lens itself. But it lends itself nicely to the task which is needed. Bit of sweat got on the lens there. It was a salty affair. There's no river. See, I wouldn't mind just running down a river or down a park or something. Quiet streets, eerie in a way. Ominous noises. Oh my God. This is a fucking nationalist movement. Right wing, I think, boys. Right wing, boys, is it? Bitte. Bitte. Sorry, what is this? Is it a nationalist? Sorry, just filming. I'm filming, but I wanted to know what this was. Okay. Yeah, the police are actually fucking cagey about me filming, to be honest. Fucking dangerous. There's dangerous boys there. Just goes to show you, doesn't it? You're not too far from it. Seen all the police around, look. Dangerous stuff, huh? That's where there's an underbelly, an undercurrent of fucking something. I said I could feel it when I was in the factories earlier on, but maybe it's still here. Fucking still here. And then the cops, as soon as I brought the camera out, not that I want to give those cunts the demonstrators any airtime, it would be mainly just to laugh at it, to be honest. Like, even if it was a left or right, I kind of always get a laugh out of orthodox people who find it a good use of their time is to stand out in the town square with a PA system. No matter what your political leaning, you have to admit it's a fucking rubbish look, but you gotta hand it to them. Fair play for the fucking perseverance. I know. But then the cops, when I said, "Oh, what's the story? Is it right? Is it a fucking nationalist thing?" He was like, "Yeah." And then another cop came over. He's like, "What is this? What are you doing?" It's like they don't want it. And I think the cops are a lot more lenient in Ireland when it comes to filming stuff than they are over here. I don't know, man. And all I see around the streets as well there's a mix, multicultural mix of people. So just having like a load of lads in the middle of the town doing that, it's a bit fucking bizarre. what did your man say? He said nothing, only fucking, what are you doing? I said, I'm just videoing. He said, right. And he didn't say stop or anything, but you could hear the tonality of it when we were getting there, that there was something ominous going on. Anyway, bit of peace here. This is statue. It was a mostly peaceful protest by the looks of things, but there was a lot of kind of rally shouting, kind of Can you hear him now? You can hear him now. Listen. He stopped now. He stopped. Like, why do they? They're giving it away. Do they not show? Do they not see that you're undermining your own thing by speaking in such an aggressive and confrontational manner? It's not going to really win me much fucking love from people, I'd say. But then there's people over here, they fucking just follow the rules. Like, it's the rules of the rule book. It's the rules of the rules. So you can imagine if some mad cunts got into power, they'd have the pick of the fucking litter of cunts to do their bidding, and they'd have everyone else under the thumb as well. Just keep running. Just keep fucking running. The red, white and black flags were neo-Nazi, okay, right? I'm not sure, but it was definitely Hitleristic in its tonality. They were wearing yellow shirts this time. So I'll have a slug of water and then we'll get running again. Look at this statue of these lads here. He's got a massive torsoxal unit. A punchy arse. And that fucker's hand is huge. Keep my wits about me around here in the main square. Obviously asking for trouble with my setup. I keep the eyes open. Keep the fucking eyes open, man. I haven't learned anything from Worms. Just keep the eyes open, the fucking ears pricked. And another thing, I believe Worms was where Martin Luther was doing a bit of his fucking work back in the day. I think he went to Worms and said to the lads, look, we need to change things. I'm not sure whether or not that was where he did the note on the door, so to speak, but it was one of the places he had trouble with. Martin Luther King. Slug Shining, thank you very, very much. Just tuned in and fucking hell, man. Just like the Tommy band, where Slug goes, political unrest follows. It fucking did, man. It fucking did. But I mean, it seems to have been... I don't want... The thing I'm looking at and thinking of is, how has this been presented on camera? And on the one sense, it's like, I don't want to be given ultras airtime or whatever the fuck they are. On the other, I don't want it to look like I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, as if it's just a fucking normal demonstration. Chill out, man. It wasn't normal. There was definitely elements of fucking aggression. There was a lot of hand signalling. There was a lot of fucking hand signalling. And then when you've got 5 or 6 or 7 fucking police vans, and then the police coming over to you and saying, what are you doing? It's almost... fucking strangely enough, you can look at that, you can perceive that in 2 ways. You can be like, 1, are they there in case anything kicks off? And 2, are they actually protecting them? You know, it's hard to tell. You need to look at the wider context, that the police are there to try and save the members of the public and keep the peace. So, I mean, counter arguments would be like, the police are only fucking serving those cunts and blah, blah, blah. That's all the defund the police, this and all, blah, blah. On the other hand, it's like, right, would you like there to be a fucking brawl in the middle of town, would you? Because that's what would happen. They know well as anyone else, there's a load of these fucking Antifa lads probably pop out the woodwork, pop up the toolbox and throw a load of fucking paint or milkshakes or fucking worse. Fucking bombs and bullets, you never know. This is a bit of a fucking degenerated area that needs a bit of work. And like clockwork, lads, like just as the clock struck word, you can see the work is already out. It's already under repair. It's already been done. Bit of brutalism there. Right down to whatever age that is there. It's nothing brutal about that anyway. It's distinct. It's beautiful. It's got an air of gravitas about it. It's got a great colour, lovely spires, and a great wind tipper at the top as well. A weather vane, if you will. Wonder can we just get a quick goosey gander at this fucking tar macadam roller. Remember yesterday we actually got fucking goosed out the town of fucking Berlin because we were looking at a goosey gander. We had a goosey gander moment, and some lad fucking seen us. He gave us the goose eye, and we got goosed out of it. But we're not going to get goosed out of it today. This is what the goosey gander was made for. An absolutely immaculate fucking tar roller by none other than Ham. Eurovia Vinci. A crazy bit of business. There's no key in the ignition. HLS 120. Beautiful stuff. We'll make our way off this now. Although I doubt the cops are going to fucking arrest us for going onto a work site. There was nothing to stop us from getting on here. And their hands are busy at the moment with the fucking laddies with the yellow shirts and the Nazi flags. So, I mean, yep, if you've just joined us, it's Total Transport. We've been looking at industry today. We've just come across a Nazi rally. It's Germany. It's a bundle of contradictions. And also, it's got a lovely, lovely consistency of town squares and great produce. Its commercial districts are very, very well kept and presented. And I have to say, the local fascist rally there seemed to be very well handled. And I felt safe. I felt safe, to be honest. Do you know? I felt safe at that rally. Because there were so many cops there. But I won't be going back there again anytime soon. Because they didn't fucking want me filming. So again, are they protecting the boys? This is a bit dodgy now, actually. This is the town, the centre square, and there's a lot of fucking... It seems to be there's a bit of dealing going on, or a bit of fucking drinking as well. A few people down on their luck. Hard times. It happens in every city. But I don't want to be swanning around with the fucking camera there. I'd probably actually... The funny thing is, you'd probably be safer at the fucking right-wing rally than you would in the fucking centre of town there, where there's a lot of drinking, heavy drinking going on. Flembag and 9mm Jill, how are you? Thanks very much for the tip. Slug Shining, thank you very much as well. I'm just going to get a fucking bird's eye view here of what's going on. How are you? Lovely. That's a lovely little chap here, lovely little dog. I won't get him on camera yet. Reporting live. This is Total Transport reporting live from a fucking tour, from a fascist rally. We've stumbled across it. We didn't mean to, but we did. But then we did. Let's move at pace before I think some of the fucking square drinkers and dealerships. Let's just say there's a dealership in the middle of town. A few eyes were on me there, so we need to move. Just get round the corner and fucking bomb it. That fucker will come round the corner then, expecting to see me. They won't fucking see me, I've left. Fucking daft cunt. Wow. A big fountain fixture over there. A lot of people. We've had a bit of bad luck with fountain fixtures on this trip. So we're not going to try it again. someone was asking me, do you reckon a stream in Dublin would be a disaster, Tommy? And I said, I don't know, it could get a bit hairy or something. This is while we were in Berlin the other day. And then that night, when I'd finished the stream, I was checking the news back home. And there was like some spate of fucking wild attacks or something. It's just like fucking clockwork, you know? And that's the fucking funny thing. Like, it's not funny, obviously, but how can Germany, more populous a place and whatnot, doesn't seem to... How would I know the metrics? How would I know, really? But there's a feeling, there's an air and a vibe about the place that doesn't have that kind of edginess. And I'm not jumping on a fucking anti-Dublin bandwagon. I love the fucking place. But I want to be able to stream there. And I'm sure, and that's just me wanting to stream. Or that's not even stream. I just want to go for a fucking walk around or have a drink on the fucking street the way that you can drink on the street over here. But, I don't know. It's too expensive as well. I think that makes people even more unhappier. So maybe the problems stem from the fucking fact that it's not easy to live there. What is it? You see the outdoor drinking and the fucking joviality here. It's the beer is fucking cheap. Yeah, there's a fucking Nazi rally around the corner. But look, isn't the cost of living down? Nah, money messing. Look, Dortmund, it's okay. It's sound. It's sound. German, thank you very much for the tip. Got a sexy Mercedes AMG here. Hiya, Tommy. Can you wish Anna Lee and Tig best wishes for their wedding on Thursday? Crazy bit of business. Crazy bit of nuptials, guys. Let me just wipe the camera before I dispatch that. Anna Lee and Tig, happy wedding day. It's your wedding, it's your special day. Nuptials coming straight to you. And to all of us who are there with you, not me, but I will be there in spirit. Hopefully you have a nice day. Didn't get the fucking rhyme on the end there, but hopefully you have a great day. Thanks very much for the tip. Now, I was running down there to try and see if there was a park, a kind of water feature or a river, but I already know that there is no river. I could be wrong though, there could be some kind of tributary that goes into the Rhine, or even a man-made canal scenario. So just bear with me one moment while I check the map and see what we're dealing with here. I can see a big body of water somewhere on the map there, but it's not. Alright, that's out at the fucking Huckard bus stop where we were earlier on. It's nowhere near where we are now. There's no water around actually for a long while. There's nothing now. What about Westphal and Dortmund Park? Closes soon at 9. Closes soon at 9. Well, it's... Hafen looks like a place where the canals are going on. Nah, look. There's nothing there in the city. It's flat. It's industrial. It's a concrete jungle / behemoth. Going back there is just going to go back towards the Nazi rally, so I mean, we might call it a night, to be honest. I don't want anyone to think that oh yeah, he's calling it a night because he wants to just switch off and go back to the national fucking Nazi rally. It's not that way at all, guys. How are you, John? It's not that way at all. Although that signal of me waving then, if it could have been seen, that could have been a bit fucking fascistic. I don't know. Look, I'm going to get off now because you don't know how these things are going to fucking react. Plus the police, he might be onto me as well, big time. I was hoping for a better run around. But, I don't know, it seems a bit flat. It's parkless. And it's pointless. If it hasn't got park, what's the point? If you have no park, lads, there's no point. So no park, no water, no nature. It just seems a little bit too concrete, too shoppy. Shopify. Throw in a sprinkle bit of Nazi rally, down a kebab shop, Spaten, beer, 120, get a Kroner or whatever. There. It's nice, it's a nice place. But look, we'll be on the road again tomorrow, I'd say. We'll see somewhere else, might have a bit of fucking park around it. Until then, we'll say adieu, and thank you very much for joining us for today's installment of Total Transport, where the transport, I wouldn't say it was lacking, but it there wasn't as much transport as we usually fit in. However, I think the industry really helped us in that sense for some amazing content. Thank you very much, Jake Coster, for your tip there. 333. And Gonzo Stahl, you say. That's great. Yeah, look, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll recharge the batteries, and with the energy we've saved now, we can be able to fucking hopefully manifest that tomorrow in a better, more constructive way. So, look, Johnny promises here, saying I'm going to be back at a certain time. You know what that's like, don't you? All I want to do is thanks very much, and I can't wait to fucking get back with something better that doesn't end in an aimless run down shopified streets. Funnily enough now, we just say that this is the fucking crack. Again, we've come across it. It's another washroom with nobody in it, and it's got fish as well. Fish, a couch, chairs. I've died and gone to wash heaven. And you know what? The shirt is saturated from today's events. I've a wash bag back at the gaff. How are you getting on? I have a wash bag back at the gaff full of clothes. Sorry. You can come in. Yep. You can come in. I have a wash bag back at the hotel room full of clothes which need washing. So this fella's, I think he's a bit... It's okay, man. How are you? He was a bit confused. I think that lad was confused. So look, tonight, tomorrow, whatever day it is, you know as well as I do, if there's washing on and we're here at Rudy's Wash Salon, then it's going to be a great night, and just that fella needs to do his washing. He's having a good look. Did you see him sizing the place up? He knows a good thing when he sees it. Okay, we'll get off anyway. I've said goodbye now for 20 minutes. Anto Friel's the referee, thank you very much. And look, we'll talk to you later. Schlug scribe. Good luck.